Come in, I could seat you by the fire. Listen, listen, there's something I must confide. I know I said that it'd be fine. I know I made it look like it'd be alright, but I think I learned my lesson, and I'm not gonna let you out of my sight. You can call me killer, 'cause I'll bring you to the light. And it might taste bitter when your answer ain't to God. You can call me killer as you look into my eyes. Nothing but a sinner. You won't get away this time. You won't get away this time. You won't get away this time. You won't get away. I catch you slipping by. Why do I get myself? Why do I get myself caught up in these lonely nights? Oh, why? Why do I get myself? Why do I get myself caught up in these lonely
And we play a classic game of Is Everything Working? The answer is yes, and I can get behind that. Hello, everybody. My name is TJ.
I'm Coleman.
And we're streaming from Geek Fortress, Snohomish, Washington. Live on a Wednesday night, I suppose.
Yeah, I guess.
I mean, we've never really, officially said it, but who's the artist? It's not no copyright sounds. Unfortunately, I exited out of it, but to,
Blame TJ.
Maddie F40, I can do what I can to find out who that was.
Do you have a history setting?
You're right. We could probably just do that, huh?
Yeah.
Let's do that. Let's find out for you.
Yep.
We will find out.
Going on a journey. It's right there in the middle.
Is it? So it is. Oh, that's fantastic. Oh, yes. Of course it is.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Alright, let's see what we can find out. That was called, Where Was I? I can't even pronounce that. I can't. I'm just gonna, you know what, I'll copy and paste it into the chat for
That's
you.
probably the best.
I'm just gonna copy and paste it
You could probably just place the link.
Oh, that's a good point.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's even better.
Yeah.
Maddie, this is for you. There you go.
Ignore the slash at the end.
Yes, ignore the slash. It appears to have still worked, even though I fat-fingered my way into this.
Awesome.
Hello, everybody. We're having a good time, and we're going to watch some Modern tonight. It's going to be 4 rounds, as these Wednesdays have been, because we started putting a cap on it.
Yep.
I know there are some sweet decks out there. I know that there is Infect, Blue Moon, Enduring Ideal is back.
That's I'm happy about.
Ad Nauseum is in the room. We've also got some Burn.
There's a fair number of burns.
Is there really?
I think there's at least 3.
Who all is playing Burn?
I have a hunch. I'm not going to say who because I don't want to tip my hand.
Okay. I don't know how it would be tipping your hand when you're the co-host.
Oh, yeah.
But
I got some people saying they might play Burn. That's
life
why.
is bowling in Nifik. It's good to see ya.
That's
Oh man.
snoozy.
But I'm very excited about the evening. It's going to be a good time. I've been having a blast. I've missed you all since Monday. We got to do a giveaway last time we were here. Ri-Fi Battles, thank you so much for joining the Fortnights and rallying behind, hopefully, what is, what I regard as one of the most awesome communities that there is.
I agree.
Very cool. Anyway, I think the round is going to be starting pretty shortly. Do you have any fun, fantastic news for us?
The brewing's going great.
Is it really?
Yeah.
I know that we have been, interestingly enough, so we put up the deck list for the Aura Swap deck that we saw recently, right?
Yep.
And almost immediately, one of our mods, Doro, has now been, and now David is getting behind this. They have been putting some work into a Reality Acid Modern deck.
Yep.
Which I'm very excited about personally.
I can get behind that.
It's a
card.
cool popper deck, right?
Yeah.
It's so possibility of a Reality Acid deck going to be heading to the stream in the time. Other than that, some pretty cool murmurings in the store about possibly. I don't want to like tip my hand too much in this.
Yeah,
in
that's
this
fair.
because I don't want to like overhype it and have it underwhelm. But possibly some cool things happening for the modern scene here.
Yeah.
Coming up.
Yeah, that's going to be something. It's gonna be something to look forward to.
Exactly. I'm very, very thrilled.
I am quite happy about it.
Other than that, what's one more? Oh, and if you haven't yet, I've been saying this for a week now. But do I have that Obzon Flickr list? Couldn't find it on Tapped Out. No, I remember what happened.
Oh.
I ended up getting a new phone, having it replaced, and then I was working on getting the new one, and I should be able to get that one. I might be able to go into the dark recesses of Facebook and see if I can reconstruct that list and see what I can do about getting that for you, because I remember that one, and unfortunately I had a phone meltdown right in time to erase the memory of it. I can look into that. I'll make a note of it right now. I'll send a text to myself, which later I will genuinely go, who sent me a text? And why do they have my number?
Who sent me this and why do they have my name?
So, I will get going on that one. Now, you said that you've been doing some brewing, right?
Yes.
What is that, then?
Well, there's about 3 or 4 decks I'm working on right now.
Okay.
One of them is the one that I hope is good, but probably isn't.
Likely.
With the Spellweaver Helix.
Oh, I remember. Okay, that deck is sweet. I remember reading
that one. That one I'm trying to find a way to make work.
Okay. Send me a list. I think they might have the first round going, to be honest with you. I don't mean to cut you off.
Yep, we've already got someone up there. We got Peter and Bryce.
And apparently they are not even going to tell us. Bryce is facing the wall?
Bryce is on.
Okay. So we are going to have Jund versus Infect is what we're starting off with. So, well, I assume that Peter's on Jund.
I would be very surprised if he wasn't.
Right. So, actually, a really cool matchup for the round one. I personally think.
Yes.
It's pretty interesting to where Peter's good. Like, right now. Hey, Black Eye Skier, thank you so much. But
I would not recommend slipping.
Bryce has got a lot of power here, just from raw power standpoint. But if he's got a hand with some good hand disruption early on, or possibly some of these bolt terminate effects, you know, it's hard to really say one way or the other. I think that Jund has a little bit of a favor, but at
maybe a little bit,
just in having such a prevalent of removal. But you can't count Infect out. Like you can't discount it.
Also, I think it's going to depend on how many Inkmoth Nexus show up.
Absolutely. So, let's head on down, have some fun. It's going to be round one. We've got 4 of them tonight, and as always, if you feel like it, tell your friends. See you there.
Bye.
Oh, shameless plugs. So, I think they're about to tell us. And apparently the follow sound is too loud and obscures the speaking. I can talk to David about that. Thank you very much to the Wish 12 ounce.
Oh, yeah, look, I didn't know we were playing.
By the way, I hope you guys noticed, I washed the playmat.
I did notice that, actually.
I know.
I forgot to put the Tiffany back.
That's how we noticed. So, thank you so much. Unfortunately, we're going to have to wait. David, our tech guy, is playing at the moment. When you head out there, if he's free, if you can have him come in, he can fix that very shortly, and we can get that done. As always, any kind of feedback of that sort is very welcome and important to this. So, a Gitaxian Probe starting off, and we get to see what we're looking at. That's a really good hand against Infect.
That is not bad.
That is 2 lands, a Bolt, a Terminate, a Maelstrom Pulse, and a Liliana of the Veil. That's a hand that Bryce cannot be confident about looking down.
Well, if he has The Noble Hierarch draw, it's going to be very good. Vines was a great draw off the top, off the probe.
Vines is a good draw off the top. The biggest thing is that he has to be a little bit hesitant, and I think that he might just go for this Inkmoth situation, and then eventually just try and use this Vines of Astwood and go for an overwhelming turn, where he plays a little bit slower because Peter's hand has a low amount of pressure, right?
Yeah, and that's, I think, what I like to have seen the Glistener Elf on turn 1.
Just to maybe pull out some of that removal when you have the Inkmoth Nexus.
Especially since Peter has 2 removal spells, this Vines is going to trade for 1 anyway.
Yeah, and I think the big thing is that if Bryce tries to go until maybe like a turn 4 or something like that, then he can get beyond the reach of both of those kill spells, and he might be trying to go for something to that effect.
Yeah.
But he does need to be pretty cautious about that, because even going for turn 4, you have to think that with the Inkmoth Nexus and the activation, unless you have a Noble Hierarch, your Vines of Astwood is already taking up one of your 2 mana slots. So you're looking at maybe using I mean, if you can get a Noble Hierarch, that's big.
Yeah.
Otherwise, you have to use something like a Become Immense in addition to...
Yeah, then that's not great.
Exactly.
And also, there might be like some merit to forcing Peter to... because his lands are kind of interesting in that he doesn't actually get... Hopefully he'll realize that he doesn't get to actually fetch back to the bottom of his library.
What do you mean?
The fetch land he cracked.
Oh. Yeah, go ahead and let him know.
Yeah, Peter, you know your fetch lands don't go on the bottom of your library, right? Yeah, I was wondering Foothills.
K-Markey, Bryce picked up Infect for the first time for GPLA and actually fell in love with the deck.
Yeah.
I take like 3% credit for being the initial lender of the deck. But to Wish 12 ounce, first of all, I think that you are on the news side here, and second of all, it is absolutely phenomenal having you. Please don't feel lame. Modern's amazing.
Yeah.
I honestly watch Modern for about 10 hours a week in here. So
yeah, I don't want to count how long I've spent on this game. It's just gonna make me sad.
How will that make you sad? And we have got a Bolt. So Peter investing a good amount of resources in this one, and I think that that's not a bad... Like, now we know that there's 2 Bolts, but he still does have the Terminate and still does have the Maelstrom Pulse. Possibly going to be dropping down this Liliana this turn. If he goes for a Black Source here, the big issue is that he hasn't actually drawn into a third.
Yeah, and that's why I think I would have liked to have seen Bryce go for the Glistener Elf on turn 1, because that way, if for some reason Peter doesn't do anything on his turn, you force him to make a decision on what land he wants to get. And that might that might impact the game down the road.
Yeah, but I mean, with Peter, you have to expect that Peter's just going to bolt it at the end step.
Yeah, but I mean, he still has to crack the fetch, and if you let the
pick the wrong color.
If you pick the wrong color, it could really impact you.
Yeah.
As it stands, true,
Z Magic, thanks for joining. Same to Bosmism.
I think Bosmism.
Bosmism. I don't know. But he got the third land. Might put down the Liliana this turn. The biggest thing that he needs to worry about at that point is the Inkmoth Nexus, which is out.
Yeah.
But going for that one, I think, might still be the right choice, because with Bryce sitting with 3 cards in hand, that's huge. Right?
Yeah. And
if you can get him down to 2, then all of a sudden the ways that he can win the game start getting slimmer, right? Because you need a +4/+4. Like, you need 2 of those and something else, and that limits what Bryce can do. So we get an Inquisition first after putting in a land tapped. It looks like.
It looks like it's Twilight Mire, so he's floating through with the Blood Crypt.
Interesting, and maybe he just wants to try and do something, because he has the capability of just using the Blood Crypt.
Yeah,
so,
I think he might be getting a little fancy here.
So I'm a little bit thrown off by this, unless he happens to have the Tarmogoyf, but even
then he didn't have to actually float anything through.
Yeah. And Bryce just casting it to draw a card.
Cycle that.
Yeah, it's a Twisted Image. It reverses its power and toughness for the turn. Turns it into, I think we've got instant sorcery land creature. So it's a 4/5 currently. Turn it into a 5/4 for a moment, right?
Yep. One even matter for.
But otherwise, Bryce is not in a winning position.
No, and especially with him drawing back-to-back lands, it's going to be really awful.
2 lands in hand and Inkmoth Nexus is really putting Peter in a dominant position.
Yeah. Also, I'm not sure if he's playing any copies of Groundswell, but I would like to see him leave lands in his hand so he can trigger the landfall?
You know, I think he's running 2, but he definitely has his favor towards Might of Old Croza.
Okay, and also leaving your lands in hand is a great way to protect some cards from Liliana, which you know Peter has.
Right, and he does still have one.
Yeah.
But maybe just... I'm actually okay with him having 4, because with the activation of the Inkmoth Nexus, having access to another 2 pump spells, especially with Peter at 1 Infect now, it means that you can really capitalize on any opening that you get.
Yeah, it's I think it's just a minor thing, but I just would always like to see people hold lands when they don't have to play them.
Okay. Infector Jund is favored afterboard. Afterboard, I actually got to put it towards Peter, especially since Bryce's list doesn't have a single Spellskite in the 75.
Yeah, it's
not great.
Nah, not that great.
What do I think of Boggles in Modern? Good starting deck? Great starting deck. Keep in mind, though, that you should playtest it first and make sure that's a style that's enjoyable for you.
Yeah.
Because some people don't enjoy that playstyle as much. Just because... And I mean this in the best way, as someone who plays like a lot of these decks. The decision tree on that deck is low.
Yeah, it's Voltron.
It's build your own massive creature, and it will often play... Now, some people love that, and that's more power to them, because the deck can be awesome to play.
Yeah.
But make sure that any deck that you buy into is more expensive in the long run if you're going to hate playing it.
Yeah, that's very true.
So, we get a tapped Blackcleave Cliffs, and just Peter continuing to apply pressure. And I feel pretty safe in this situation if I'm Peter, because you've got the Terminate. The problem is that he basically has to cycle this.
Yeah.
And especially you want to do it, on your turn, because you might draw into something relevant. Actually, I'm a little bit surprised that he didn't go for that.
Yeah, that's a little bit weird, because that way if you draw, like, Blighted Agent...
Noble Hierarch.
Or something, yeah.
I mean, even the Blighted Agent, it's going to get hit. But possibly he's just trying to build up a spell density in hand, which I don't want to say is particularly wrong by any means.
Yeah, and I think like the window for Peter to resolve this Liliana, or I guess to have this Liliana do something, is kind of getting smaller.
Right, and I think that this is really the best opportunity that you have, because if you play it down, you've still got access to the Terminate as well.
Yeah.
And I think that might be a really good position to be in. Okay. Yes, you will mulligan a lot. Boggles does have a bit of a weakness just through its hand. Mm-hmm. I'd love to see him go for actually paying for the Gitaxian Probe of Life.
There's no way. I was gonna say, there's no reason for you not to just leave up the basically die to a bolt for no reason.
Yep.
Even though he's already played 2.
So we have the reveal, and actually he only needs to worry about 1 spell currently, on this turn.
Yeah.
He needs to worry about not dying, which he can do next turn, right?
Yeah,
he can actually survive next turn. And if there's a small, a Bekelements right now, can actually get in the game.
I think actually...
Oh, but you need a Vines off of that as well.
Yeah.
He doesn't have quite enough.
Oh, there's a Bolt. So that's when you say had it?
Never didn't have it.
Yeah.
So now with both of those up, Bryce might play some... If he even draws into a Vines of Bastard, that's only
so
+6.
He's actually just dead.
Yep.
Had it.
Never didn't have it. So we're going to move to sideboard with Peter playing really smart. And actually one thing that we got to see from Peter there is that he played very, very conservatively.
Yeah.
And I like that. I agree that maybe towards the end I would have liked Liliana. But the fact that he was very, very patient with his hand. He basically resolved... his entire game plan was resolve this Tarmogoyf, and now I have a game plan that Bryce needs to race, and he has the answers to defeat that race.
Yeah, that's a fine strategy. I just think I would have liked to have seen the Liliana come down. Maybe not on 3, because then you could easily just die. But I think I would have. That was yours.
Cool.
I would have liked to have seen on that last turn to see a Liliana uptick.
Yeah, I mean, I think on turn 5, that's where you really
that's I think it would have been fine there. I just don't know if because Bryce knows 3 of the 4 cards in your hand, and he knows one of them is a removal spell.
Right.
So I don't know how much value you gain by bluffing that one last card is not a removal spell.
That's pretty reasonable.
And also that Maelstrom Pulse was not going to be good at all because he was on doubling Cornexes.
Right, and just the sorcery speed of it alone was very underwhelming. Talking about Deprive, I like Deprive, but unfortunately it's not incredible.
Deprive is a combo with
I really like Deprive.
Seismic Assault.
I like Deprive. I also like Familiar's Ruse, but
Familiar's Ruse is actually it's a personal favorite card.
I love it. So, let's see here. Blue Red Delver really likes Deprive. That is, it's true in some ways, not true in others. The biggest thing holding it back is the fact that it's not the Grixis Delver, which is generally, I don't know, favored.
I kind of actually like Blue Red going forward.
Do you?
You get to play main deck Blood Moon.
That's a really good point. And Blood Moon has got value right now.
Yeah.
Especially against all the Bring to Light Scape Shift that's been popular, the Valakut deck that's been popular. Jund, it's definitely decent against. Though I gotta say, in LA, we got to see a Jund deck that was sideboarding Blood Moon.
Yeah, that's just weird though.
That was just weird, but it was cool. Anyone playing Scape Shift tonight? It's possible.
Maybe?
Maybe.
Not sure.
Yeah, we gotta say maybe there. But to the Ri-Fi Battles, thank you so much for joining. I remember you hit that follow button earlier. Ford, it's great seeing you. I'm glad that you're hyped for the stream. I certainly am. I always get excited anytime I get to do this. Did you notice we're at 70 people at the end of Game 1?
Whoa, did not notice that.
Look at that. Our little community is growing. I love it. You have so many extra lands. Yeah, it kind of depends on what your gameplay is. I could definitely get behind a one of Deprive, but at that point, it kind of depends on how many Snapcasters you're running. And is it almost worth it to maybe run a one of Logic Knot, something like along that?
I think I like Deprive more than I like Logic Knot.
Do you?
I like hard counter spells versus soft counter spells.
It's really, like, Logic Knot is so often essentially a hard counter.
Yeah, but then you have, like, Graveyard Tension in between Snapcaster and Logic Knot.
Mm-hmm.
And then if you're playing Grim Lava Man, so you've got tension there.
That's definitely true.
Yeah.
Mr. Yakushi, it's good to see you. Mayama Blanco, I hope you appreciated that. Agro Buddha, it's good to see you. Agro is always around. And Ri-Fi Battles, thanks for coming from the Reddit post. That's very exciting to me.
Mm-hmm.
Those were, big ups to, I think it was Pidgeoff who did that for us.
Yeah.
And brought some people here. I can't thank that individual enough for tossing the word out about the stream. It means a lot. And hopefully the people who found us enjoyed it.
Yeah, hopefully.
Okay.
So it looks like Bryce is on 4 lands, an infect creature, and double vines?
It's not great, but it's not bad.
Yeah, I think that hand is really weak to a turn 1 discard spell.
It's so weak to a turn 1 discard spell that it's almost painful.
Yeah, and then, like...
On the bright side, it's not super weak to it because Bryce is on the play.
Yeah, I mean, that's the issue here. Do you respect Lightning Bolt, or do you respect the discard spell? Like, which is actually worse for you?
Definitely true. Glimpsing Unthinkably, I gotta say, I really think that Counterspell itself is too good for Modern. But maybe something to just... What's that one? I like that one. Bryce mentioned it once. It's the 2 mana counter target spell with convertment cost 2 or less with a kicker of 2 to counter one of 4 or less. Forbid. Forbid might be an interesting
Forbid might be interesting.
Yeah. Joffnish, it's great to see you. Thank you for returning.
So it looks like Peter has the best of both worlds. He has actually the bolt and the discard spell.
Yay!
Yeah. Sometimes this is why you play the deck.
And
it's a Thoughtseize too.
So you can take anything?
If he just has Become Immense.
Yep. I think you just take the Glistener off, personally.
Yeah, probably just take the one creature.
Seems reasonable.
Yeah, especially...
No Inkmoth Nexus right now.
Yep. It's a pretty rough spot for Bryce now.
It's not great.
Yeah, and I think he just drew a 3rd Vines.
Oh, God. That's so good.
Yeah.
Bryce having a pretty rough round 1.
Yep, pretty rough. Not great, especially since Peter's going to follow us up with a Bob.
Which is going to be a great way, and especially because of how much it can draw him into things.
Yep.
He doesn't need to worry about his life total that much. And, whether you think that that's respectable or not, it is a 10-turn clock.
Yeah, and you do have to worry about Bryce just fetching for a Dryad Arbor, and then just getting you.
Sad LK 2004. Yes. This is a completely foiled Jund deck.
Yep.
It is 100%. It is gorgeous. The bolts are particularly good.
Yep. Peter will not consider a card unless he has a foil copy of it.
Yeah, that's actually true. Which is why so many of us will usually be like, oh, I opened a foil. I better see if I can trade it to Peter.
Yep. So it looks like Bryce is going to search for the Dryad Arbor and try to block, which...
Seems aggressive.
Yeah. Especially since your opponent led on Thoughtseize.
I mean, if you're Peter, do you just bolt it?
I think so.
I mean, you make sure that your 2 gets through, and
Yeah.
then you're going to start drawing 2 cards per turn again.
Yeah, I think you actually let him block first.
Any reason for that?
Because that way, if he wants to like block and maybe he drew like
Maybe if he's going to use a pump spell?
yeah, or if he has it's interesting because he has the vines.
That's a good point.
So like he has mutagenic growth.
Which isn't going to do a whole lot.
Yeah, but like if he goes for it's weird because this Dryad Arbor is going to line up very odd.
Mm-hmm. So, that's true. And the presence of those vines would... yeah, it might just be worth like taking that trade, and then if Bryce goes for the pump spell, you
Yeah.
take it down.
Yeah, exactly. Or at least make him use one of those vines.
Yeah.
Because then he's spent basically, what, 7 power worth of stuff to trade with a Bob.
Which seems okay.
Yeah, and you traded for a Bolt, which wasn't great anyway.
So we see that one. I'm okay with... So I like Bryce's play here.
Yeah.
As far as like what his options are, that's definitely the most efficient one. Because going, it lets him actually go for this. It's surviving. It puts the pressure on Peter to make the decision now.
Yeah. And I actually really like this this Bolt, because you can follow it up with Scavenging Ooze.
Either that, or he does have the ability to go for a bolt and then just follow it up with like the Terminate if he really wants to.
He only has 1 red mana, so that's actually not an option.
Well, not in the same turn.
Oh,
sorry.
yeah.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, I'm thinking just this turn.
Oh, because you go for the bolt, and then in the second main
And
phase,
yeah, you can play the Scavenging
play
Ooze.
down the Scavenging Ooze. And it really gives you options to where even if Bryce hasn't established himself yet,
Yeah.
you can keep eating away at that graveyard. Keep something like end game Become Immense.
Yeah, exactly. And then it also is a blocker for if you need it.
Yeah, I can totally get behind that one. Whirly 25, it's good to see ya. Yes, they are Judge Bolts.
Yep.
And
Judge
they're really
Chrono
beautiful.
Bolts.
They are gorgeous. I mean, I don't even play foils, but those are next level.
Yeah, I try to just play foreign cards. They're easier to find for the most part.
That's true.
Yeah.
That's true. Ooh, my goodness.
I guess there's a little bit to be said about like
Stone the Iceman, you are 100% correct. There are no poison counters. We actually would be able to display poison counters for you. I'm going to see if I can demonstrate for you. Right there, I would be able to demonstrate for you some poison counters if we ended up with them.
Yep.
Check it out. That was cool.
Yeah. Okay, that's a little bit better than a Scavenging Ooze.
You know what? Only if you really are good at card evaluation. But
That's-
otherwise, the Scavenging Ooze is pretty functionally similar.
I mean, if they're both, against each other, the Scavenging Ooze is going to win. Right?
100%.
Yeah.
I mean, theoretically, yes. Like, you're not wrong. You aren't saying lies.
It's not 100% true, but it's not 100% false either.
Oh, man. That's awesome that someone at your shop has foil affinity. It's too rich for my blood.
Well, do affinity cards actually have blood? Do any of the robots actually have blood?
They do. They do.
do?
Yeah, it glistens. Hey, Harburg, it's good to see you, and thank you so much, but I cannot take all the credit, and I can barely take any of it. Most of the work on this overlay is done by the amazing David Bradbury. We mentioned him before.
Yep.
We'll mention him again. He has done a huge amount of amazing work for us over
He
time.
might be showing up in a second.
He might be showing up to help us fix the follow button, which
Yep.
if you haven't hit that follow button yet, feel free to hit it. You'll be able to see that it might be just slightly over-volumed, in which case David is going to help us turn it down, because David is amazing.
Yep. I agree.
Okay, so Mr. Whalefish, not a noob question, it's a perfectly reasonable question. A Judge Bolt is basically, it is a lightning bolt. It is the card Lightning Bolt, but they printed some of them basically as a promotion for judges with a special printing of it,
Yep.
a foil, and a special mark on it, and that went out to the judges. They are very expensive because they were a particularly rare printing. So,
Yes.
that's why people just call them the Judge Bolts. Is that okay? Black-White Tokens is a very good deck. I like it.
Yes, I agree. It's
Stone the Iceman, thank you very much.
would appreciate the input on if the
If the volume is over-volumed, which is a word, by the way, let us know.
I think if I was Bryce, I would have fired off one of these vines, since you've got the Spell Pierce now. And I don't think Infect is going to be a realistic way for you to win the game anymore.
No, with Peter already at 9, you actually have less work to do.
Yeah.
Like, going just for attacks,
Mm-hmm.
interestingly enough. Okay. Apparently it may have been... Okay, it is quite loud. Good to know we can turn that down a bit. I'm sure I might be able to figure it out, but I'd probably break it in the process. Is the old bolt available in foil other than in Judge?
I think it's an F&M promo.
The old bolt?
Yeah, the Christopher Rush bolt.
Okay.
I think it might be an F&M one.
Gotcha. Let's see. Have we seen much Nahiri control at the shop? A little bit. People have dabbled in it, but not a ton.
Yeah. I know I'm actually interested in picking the deck up at some point.
Yeah. So Might of Old Crows from Bryce here, now forcing Peter to kind of get on the reactive side.
Yeah.
And Peter does have the capability of going for this, but he has to know about this Double Vines of Astwood.
Yeah.
I really like Bryce going about it in this way, though, because he has the Spell Pierce. I mean, theoretically, he could kick it. He shouldn't. He should just knock Peter down to 4.
Yeah. I agree.
And really apply pressure that way. The only problem is that, like, they're both fighting with pretty... See, I like to where... Ooh,
this is
that's
not going to
dangerous.
end up well.
That's dangerous. There's still a Terminate in Peter's hand.
Yeah, you can beat him next turn by just actually using the vines for...
Right, with the other vines as a backup.
Because you have the other
3
vines,
of them.
and you have a Spell Pierce.
Okay. Doro, that is good to know. We will work on that one, so that if anybody has been turned... Oh, wait, I think I figured out why. Hold on. Okay, if someone else wants to hit the follow button and let me know, I think I fixed that.
Maybe.
I think I fixed it. So if anybody's on the fence and wants to hit that follow button, we would certainly appreciate that. And that is unfortunate for Bryce. I think he got a little overinvested at that point.
Yeah, I think maybe a little bit greedy. Also, maybe a little bit.
Now, granted, it was still an uphill battle this whole way.
Yeah.
But he drew a Dispel in which what he was looking for was, like, the Distortion Struck or the Apostle's Blessing at that point.
Yeah.
He was definitely not favored. Even, like, that was if Peter didn't play another creature, and we knew that he had the Scavenging Ooze in hand, right?
Yeah. I do think that Bryce had a couple chances to win that game.
Mr. Yakushi, thank you for hitting that follow button. Let us know what you think. And Mr. Whalefish, thank you. Though I'm fairly certain that some of you have hit that follow button before, but I'm not sure. And apparently it is much better.
Look at that. Figuring out stuff on the fly.
And we are getting a Chain Lightning. We'll see you back at the booth. Keep this Chain Lightning going. We'll see you there. We'll talk, and Coleman's going to try and find us another match. Yay! Thanks, Marok58. Thank you for joining. We got it fixed. Thank you so much for all the people hitting that follow button and joining us. We're at 90 people here in the first round, and don't worry, stick around because we have got more Magic coming. Coleman is out there right now looking to find some other matches that can move over. I'm very excited about it. Hopefully all of you are having a fantastic evening. Funny how the Unban... Oh yeah, absolutely. It's interesting because the Ancestral Vision's Unban didn't actually hurt Jund very much, because usually Dark Confidant can match it if you look at that. And then also just the fact that it comes down on turn 4 is definitely something that is pretty impactful. Have we thought about having the card preview on screen as well? Chevyman George, have we thought about having the card preview on screen as well? I'm not quite sure what you mean, unless you mean like a card reader, in which case we do. And I can definitely work on using that one more for the next match. So I apologize for that one. I got distracted. So I can definitely use that one more to Chevyman George. Thank you. I appreciate that. Okay, need more Grixis? I did let Coleman know to keep his eyes out for Grixis. Same to the Rush. Sad LK. Hey, that is awesome. Thank you so much, Sad LK 2004. We genuinely do appreciate that. It's something that we have a lot of pride in it, and I have developed a huge amount of pride for this stream and what it has become. We've been streaming for about 9 months now, if you can believe it, and it's very exciting for me to be able to interact with you, and hopefully it's exciting for you to be able to just, hopefully you just enjoy the show. That's all that I can hope for. Karatorn, thank you so much for the follow. Chevy Man George, thank you so much for the feedback. I will definitely utilize that a little bit more with the next games that we have on stream, so I appreciate that. Still in the Iceman, looking into a Grixis Dark Dwellers deck. Actually, that deck is very cool. We got to see a decent amount of that one in LA. It was glorious. The utilization of that one, of the Dark Dwellers there, was very cool. Interestingly enough, there is some Dark Dwellers out in the room right now in the hands of Eric after changing some of his deck up from LA, making some new inclusions, and there's a pretty sweet Blue Moon deck list out there. Frosted Cake, thank you so much for hitting that follow button. That's a hilariously cool name, and I love it. Dana, 6 words, should Split Twin be unbanned? No, it really shouldn't.
Sorry, man, no way. Also, there's no Grixis.
Ah, dang it. No
Yeah.
Grixis today. We'll have to put something together, clearly.
Something, yeah.
Is that Jeskai Brandajar?
Nope. He's playing...
Kiki Cord?
Kiki Cord.
Okay, so we have got Kiki Cord in the hands of Nathan, who is going to be on the left.
Yep.
And who is his mighty opponent?
Joe.
Joe Klobowski?
Yep.
Oh, and Joe is on... Tell me he's on Eternal Command.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, yes. What game are they going to?
They're going to game 2, Nathan won game 1.
So going to Eternal Command. Now, the thing about Joe's deck, running Mystic Snake, running... Basically, it's affectionately called Snakes on a Plane sometimes, right?
Yes.
But it is so sweet.
He has added Thing in the Ice.
He has added Thing in the Ice. I told him it was a bad inclusion. He agreed and said, but he likes the card.
Yeah, he also has Anticipate, which is a weird card to have.
Can we get his deck list? It depends on what you mean. The deck list for Jeskai Brandajar? Because if so, yes. Kiki Cord, yes.
Probably, yeah.
Eternal Command, yes. So let me know which one that you mean, because there's a slight delay from when we talk to when you answer.
Yep.
So I didn't quite get that, but let's head on down, have some fun. It's game 2, Nathan versus Joe. Both pretty good regulars here.
Yep.
I'm excited.
No problem.
Okay, so on the right, Joe playing Eternal Command. Things that we can, like, to those who may be unfamiliar with the Eternal Command list, right?
Yes.
So, what the Aparthia? Yes, I can get that list. I even have it. It's on my phone right now.
Oh, we got this. We're ahead of you.
Like, it's literally on my phone right now.
Yep.
So I can totally put that on our Tapped Out account shortly, is the best I can promise. Maybe within the next 24 hours, something like that.
Probably work with that.
Absolutely. So, Eternal Command, for those of you unaware of it, it's all going to start with, ideally, a turn 1 play of a card called Aethervow. And what this card does is, at your upkeep, you can put a counter on it, and you can tap it to put a creature card with mana cost equal to the number of charge counters on it.
Yes.
Instant speed, uncounterable, main things like that. Doro, if you could ever so kindly, I'm sure you're already working on it, but I'm just going to put it in anyway.
Yep, there's a little bit of a trick with Aethervow for those who aren't aware, is you can actually tap Aethervow and then not put anything into play.
It is, and I actually really like doing that because it can bait out some responses.
Yep, I always like pump thinking vials.
So, the other thing, and the reason why it's called Eternal Command, is because of a card called Eternal Witness.
The best card in Modern.
Yeah, and it'll be on both sides of this battlefield. Combining, and when it enters the battlefield, you return a card from your graveyard to your hand, and then you use something... Look at me go.
Cryptic Command, which is probably one of the hardest cards to cast in Modern.
So, Cryptic Command. Now, what you do with that, in theory,
Yes.
is you cast a Cryptic Command targeting your Eternal Witness to bounce it back to your hand with your Aether Vial on 3.
Yes.
And also Counter Spell. So Counter Spell, return Eternal Witness to your hand. Those are your 2 modes. It goes to your graveyard. Then you use your Aether Vial to put on 3, activate it to put in your Eternal Witness. And what do you get back, Coleman?
You get back the Cryptic Command.
You get back your Cryptic Command. So then you have the ability to cast a Cryptic Command. Can you tell me what modes you choose?
I'm going to go with probably counter a spell and return Eternal Witness.
That seems like the right choice to me. And
Yep.
possibly, if there's no spell to counter, you could even go for Bounce the Creatures and return your Eternal Witness.
You might even go for draw a card.
You
Bounce
might even
your
choose to
Eternal
draw a
Witness.
card. So, that is what we've got there.
Mm-hmm.
The other thing that you get to do, and this is an inclusion that Joe has that is sweet, is the card called Mystic Snake.
Yep.
Now, when you have an Aether Vial on 4 and an Aether Vial on 3, then you start getting into all kinds of weird territory, right?
Yep.
To where he starts doing some weird things with a card that is basically one of the most elegant designs ever. It is a bear, a grizzly bear's, a green and a colorless 2/2, stapled onto a blue-blue counterspell.
Yep. Who said we didn't have counterspell in Modern?
Who said it? Turn 1 Noah Hark, it's good to have you back. Nathan, starting off with a turn 1 Birds of Paradise, gotta be pretty much his ideal turn 1.
Yep. Also, turn 1 Noble Arc, you just missed the Infect match.
That is true. You can't bounce a creature and a witness. I think you were talking about bounce and... Did you say bounce and bounce the witness?
I said draw a card and bounce Witness.
Oh. Either way, yes, you are correct. That's the point here.
Yes.
So-
You
so-
can tap them out. You can tap all the creatures and bounce Witness stuff.
Now, I know that you're all going to ask, what's that card that he just played?
Oh, there are 2 cards here that people might be wondering about.
Grand Abolisher coming down
Yes.
for Nathan as well.
It's going to be pretty good against Eternal Command, seeing as how it won't be able to counter a spell.
I mean, yeah, and it won't be able to activate the Aether Vial either.
Yep.
So an Anticipate from Joe is going to be digging a little bit. We do have...
He's probably going to try to find some lands.
That really seems like a good step for me.
Yeah.
So the Grand Abolisher, the card that Nathan played out. During your turn, your opponents can't cast spells or activate abilities of artifacts, creatures, or enchantments. Now, Joe does have a little bit of capability as far as answering this, but it requires basically... It's not easy.
Yeah.
As he's currently sitting. And
I
that
think it involves finding Valken Shackles.
Exactly, and that is a card that he saw off of that Curiosity.
The
Which
Anticipate.
I'm sorry, yes, off of the Anticipate. Stranger, it's good to see ya.
Although this spell card's going to be really good against that line.
Mm-hmm. An Aether Vial comes out.
Had the vial on 1, just didn't cast it, right? Right?
Clearly, totally didn't just draw it.
Nope. Not at all.
Joe's in a tough spot for this game too.
Yeah,
and
this
Nathan's really
is-
looking favored. This Grand Abolisher is single-handedly changing the dynamic of this game.
Yeah. I think I saw Nathan has a cord, so I think this game actually might be over next turn.
Because he does have the ability to cord for 3 or for 5. I'm sorry, he can pay the
Yeah.
green and go for 5.
I think, yes.
And with Joe not having the ability
Exactly,
to counter
go
a
for
spell,
Yep.
looks like we were about to see a pretty quick match, which
Them's
means
the beats.
we might be able to see another match on camera.
Yep, I will try to do what I can.
Exactly. Hello to the 90 people joining us. It is very exciting for me to have you all here. If you are brand new, always feel free to let us know because we like welcoming you. It means a lot to us that you are joining us, and hopefully you're enjoying the show. Okay.
Look, he's going for a shot, probably going to find a Hell Out Fountain. Because at this point, I don't think your life total is relevant, but I think you just need to get your sources online first.
Any Tron tonight? You know, I think
Where are
we
the
might be.
shackles?
I think we might be missing the Tron tonight.
Yeah, there
And
is
he
no
reveals the
Tron
card.
out there.
So he's gonna cast a chord.
I'm going to do it on his upkeep, that way he doesn't draw it. Although, crucially, he could still cast the Kiki-Jiki because of
The Birds of
the
Paradise.
Bird's Paradise. Yep.
Yep. Unfortunately, no Tron. I have been working on convincing Troy to come back with his Green Red Tron, or to just give it to a player who can play it.
Yeah.
So we should be hopefully getting a Tron soon. I know that Coleman doesn't miss it by any means.
I do not miss it at all.
But what we just saw, for anybody who may be unaware of the combo, let's go ahead and take a look at what that was. So
Yeah.
what we just saw was Joe dying to Restoration Angels,
Infinite Restoration Angels.
which I should have been...
Who said Splinter Twin was banned?
Right. So Restoration Angel, when it enters, you can exile target non-angel creature,
And
have it return to the battlefield.
Yep.
What you choose is Kiki-Jiki, because it has haste, and it puts a copy of it, tap it to put a token of a target creature. You target the...
Restoration Angel.
It comes in, targets the Kiki-Jiki, which flickers, comes in
Yep.
untapped, but has haste, so you tap it again to copy the Restoration Angel. Then infinite Restoration Angels with haste later, all
Yep.
of them tokens, you go for it. So, we'll see you back up in the booth as soon as I'm done typing our names in there because I was describing the combo. And then we're going to see if we can get another match for you because that's what we like doing. We like showing magic. We like talking about magic. And Coleman also likes dancing occasionally.
I love dancing.
So, we'll see you there. Hello, everybody, and thank you for joining. My name is TJ Coleman, the co-host of the evening, who is out finding us a match at the moment, but always a blast to have him with me. And I gotta say, all of the co-hosts that I always have a good time with them. But Yavin X Bootron, fair enough. Agro Buddha, I always welcome a Tron player. Pretty much I welcome any player. Josh, one of our other Mono Blue Tron players, is currently playing Burn tonight. We do have Zoo to answer Harbor. We do have Zoo out there. Any Restore Balance? No, but we do have Ad Nauseam, which might scratch that itch for you. What is the Goblin Dark Dweller? I'm not quite sure what you mean by the Cold deck. Oh, Goblin Dark Dweller's Cold Guns command deck? I'm not sure. But the Kansas City Irishman, I'm going to assume is what that name means. I don't quite catch your meaning. Hopefully you can elaborate for me. Hentrez, hey, what card from Eternal Masters have I liked the most? Probably Chain Lightning. Very excited about that one. Maybe Price of Progress. But I was very excited about that. What new art from Eternal Masters do I like better than the old art? The new Winter Orb is glorious. And I know that it doesn't have a polar bear, and I know that some people complain about that one, but the new Winter Orb is just beautiful. So is the new Sneak Attack, which is very, very cool. All you need to see is Peter's Bling. Hey, he was on the round for he was on camera for the first round. Hopefully you enjoyed that, and we can try and get more of them in the future. 6 words. Should Wizards of the Coast bring cards into the Modern card pool via supplementary product? No. That's not what Modern is. That's the most concise I can provide that answer, but I really think that Modern exists in its best form as something that goes through Standard. And I think that once you start introducing things through a supplementary product, you get a different format. And I don't think that would be for the best.
Yeah, I agree.
So, if you're talking about let's see, is Peter there with his Shiny Jund deck? Turn with Noble Hierarch, not only did you miss Infect in round 1,
yeah,
you missed it going up against Peter.
It was not batting 1,000 today.
Not batting 1,000.
Like 0 for 3.
That's unfortunate.
Yeah,
That's
sorry.
really unfortunate. Do we have another match?
Everyone, the 2 people left are in game 3.
Okay, so we should be heading into our next round shortly, which
Yep.
means that we'll be sticking around for a little bit.
Hopefully.
Having some fun, talking about some things. Fun fact, it was mentioned somewhat recently, and so we've been starting to pursue a little bit into the ideas of doing some deck techs.
Yeah.
So we're going to discuss that a little bit, and I'm gonna talk a little bit about what I've been thinking for that.
Okay.
First thoughts, and the first thing that I'll mention is that if you want to follow me on Twitter, there's currently a poll going. It's I think like a week-long poll, so there's still like 4 or 5 days left on it. But if you want to find it, it's got a question. And the question is that when we do these deck techs, are you looking for something that is more in the realm of like the 20-second, deck techs that you see like on some other streams,
Sure.
right? Or do you want something that's a little bit more in depth, like a minute or two, something that actually talks about what the deck's game plan is?
Yeah.
There's also this theoretical third option, which I considered, which was actually us just doing like video primers on the deck.
Sounds really in depth.
It sounds like something that would take more time, and time is not something that I have, let's be
Yeah.
honest. So I've been looking at that. However, the big question is, one, you can vote into which one of those you like. And I've also been really thinking as to the best way to apply this, right?
Yeah.
Because some people have mentioned how what we can do is just take people, lay them out on the camera down there, and we can talk about them. But that doesn't really feel like it would give us the best options
Yeah.
as far as not burdening the players, as well, and also just being able to produce the best content possible, right? Do we have a YouTube channel? Yes, we do, Ri-Fi. And where do we vote? It is on my Twitter, and it was a couple days
Right
ago.
over there.
At Red Baron MTG. But the big thing is that, and thank you to the Game Time. You beat me out there. But yes, we do. What was our time? Oh, yeah. So is it something that we want to make things to where, like, we post them on YouTube? And I like them to kind of be a more in-depth thing that we record
Yeah.
previously.
I think I like that one.
But then it comes into this weird, like, do we start applying that kind of between rounds sometimes? Or
Yeah.
between games? And if so, what's the best way to do that? That involves a lot of conversation with David.
Yeah, and how do you incorporate it into the actual stream?
But the main thing is that we're really looking for feedback from you on all levels, and if
Yes.
you do want to toss your vote in there, and then just toss things my way. What are you looking for in a deck tech? Like, what things matter to you?
Yes.
How do you want it to be applied? When do you want to see these? Do you just want it to be something that we have, like, either on that YouTube channel or a separate YouTube channel, right? To where it's just we can link it, and if you're interested, you can watch it, like, beside the match? Or do you want it to be like we actually play it over the live stream? I'm really curious as to what people think would be best.
Yeah, I am also interested in this.
How does Dark Dweller's control beat Burn? Not well.
Well, it depends.
Kalidas.
It depends on the deck. Obviously, the ancestral Nahiri decks, or the blue white red
I think
decks.
they're meaning the Grixis decks.
Yeah, the Grixis decks is basically
rough.
Kalidas
But you use Kalidas for the most part.
and counter spells.
But was it a shiny Infect deck? It was not. So
No.
you didn't bat at least 1 out of 4 now.
Yep, you're batting about 250, which is not the worst thing in the world.
T Forbes, it's great to see you. I'm excited to be here. We're getting ready to head into round 2. We were just talking about some cool projects that we have in mind for the future. I'm particularly excited about them.
I am too.
Because one of the things that I'm really, really enjoying the more that I do this is just producing content. It's just something that I love, and I'm discovering that more and more. That
Oh,
it's,
the green screen hates me.
the green screen does hate you, and I think it's because your beard is outrageously
I
fluffy.
think so.
Deck tech prior to matches. So, I'm not opposed to that idea, but there is somewhat of a problematic situation there, right?
Yeah.
And it's because we basically find out what our matches are as they're about to start playing.
Yeah.
And if we really are going to build these in-depth ones that are a minute or two, it means that we're forcing them to delay their game and
Yeah.
delay the other matches if they start going later more. And so it might be something that we try and play like between games maybe, but even
Sure.
or maybe between matches.
Yeah, those would be the 20-second ones.
Right, and so we're kind of looking at that one, but it's a real consideration, and maybe we can just make a series of some of those really small ones. Those like
Sure, I think that could probably work.
like maybe we can make a 10-second. This is what this deck does. You never and do that in like
These
an
are
addition.
some of the sideboard strategies that might come up.
Right. Glinsing Unthinkably, bringing up a very good point, and this is one of the reasons why I thought about doing
Yeah.
the links, which is watching the stream is like having the ability to interact with all of you is something that's valuable to us.
Yes.
And it puts that at risk. And so that's a very interesting point, and it might be something like we might start just linking those. We could maybe just have a thing at the bottom, like in the what I would call the sidebar, even though it's down below us,
The description.
in the description, saying check out these deck techs if you're curious
Yeah.
about this deck, especially if we can start like down the line when we have time, we can make them for even some of the more unusual but frequent techs that we have.
Yeah.
Like, what's Snakes on a Plane? Check it out. It's
Yeah.
it's a 45-second video
Sure.
that tells you what can you expect out of this deck.
You could probably just start with the quote-unquote Tier 1 decks.
Exactly.
And then work our way down.
And that would really give us an opportunity to also produce a product that would have other metrics to bounce
Yeah.
against. Because if we make a quick video for Snakes on a Plane, what are you going to compare that to? But if we make one for Burn or Jund or Tron or something like that, people can look at that and provide us with meaningful feedback saying, look, you did this right, but I've seen other places talk about this part of the deck.
Sure.
They've offered this perspective.
Okay.
And so I think that you're absolutely right as
Yep.
far as approaching from a kind of a tier 1 at the early, build a foundation, right?
Yep.
And then just kind of build on top of that as time allows.
I think that sounds like the best idea.
At the end of the last round, we could do a deck tech for the most voted deck in the chat. Interesting. That's not a bad idea. You have a dilemma. My meta is full of aggro, affinity, and control Nahiri. You don't know what to play. You own Infect and Titan Shift, and you have Jund, Tron, and a few other decks at your disposal.
Should play Abs and Company.
In that meta, actually, Obzon Company would do well.
You
Working with what you have, however, Jund looks excellent.
probably Jund.
A well-tuned Jund would be
Yeah,
excellent.
in Jund you've probably got a pretty good affinity matchup. Your aggro matchup's okay, and your control matchup's actually pretty good.
Yeah. To Seahawks, I'm not opposed to the idea. The problem is that the more that we get, like, people that are the players in here, it, one, increases variables, which reduces consistency, which is something that
Yeah.
I try and build. and two, it kind of inconveniences the player.
And also, this is not a very big space.
Also, this is not a big space.
Yeah.
What about player profiles from the Hub City Prince? I'm open to it.
Yeah.
But that comes with their permission.
Yeah.
So maybe down the line we could start off with like making some of those for like the co-hosts and things like that. But I'd be down for that in the end. But the deck tech, you think that the interaction is really great for right now. I'm not sure how last as the stream goes. I'm hoping that it lasts a long time.
Yeah, me too.
But honestly, I feel like that's part of our foundation, and part of like my intent is to not lose ourselves in that, because I think that that's kind of how you end up betraying what your foundation was.
Mm-hmm.
But I don't think that the deck text is a bad idea, but I do think that in theory they should be pre-recorded so that we can really prepare and make sure that we can provide it in a really concise and meaningful way.
I agree.
Black-white tokens. I love it.
Control matchup's pretty interesting with black-white.
Oh, yeah. Black-white tokens is a very cool
Interesting.
deck list. But Infect is definitely
Never beat Tron, though.
a good one. Just chunned him out. Let's see. Hey, look at Go Giddens.
Oh, look at that.
Yeah, I mean, the fact that we're the ones that are watching and not the players.
Yeah.
You clearly know your audience.
Yep.
But it's always a good time, and I do really like the idea of doing these deck techs down the line.
Yeah, me too.
Should be a lot of fun, but
I think we can find a way to make it work.
yeah, I think currently my thought is to just really start it with like a PowerPoint base,
Okay,
and
sure.
then just record over that. But I'm still not 100%, and a lot of this comes with talking with David to see what's feasible and what isn't.
Yeah, sure.
Anyway, as we're waiting for the second round, by the way, it's a hot day out. If you want to
It
crack the door,
really is.
If you want to crack the door, feel free, because it is ridiculous. It is an absurdly hot day, and the
Fans starting to come up.
like, whew. So we should be heading
It's just
into
hot
the
in
next
here, we're
round
just getting some of that circulation.
very surely.
Still
Pidgeoff
free.
mentioning an idea for a monthly leaderboard with points and some kind of prize at the end. Interestingly enough,
Base is loaded. Of course.
Pidgeoff, it is extremely interesting that you mention us doing a leaderboard, because I don't wanna dive too deeply.
Yeah.
Right? I don't want to tilt the hand too much, but it's on our minds. I'll say that it's something that we're considering along with like 6 other ideas. But yes,
Yeah, it's we got some stuff that
stay
wants
tuned.
To, yeah.
Unkempt thought. That's a big compliment. Thank you so much. We're trying to keep expanding. I always say, if we can keep making a consistent product, it certainly helps. If everybody ever wants to, you can always tell one friend who hasn't heard about the stream.
Mm-hmm.
It means a lot to us.
Yeah, that's how you expand your
Uh,
horizons.
yes, but
Put a canopy over them.
and actually, Seahawks being number 1. Interestingly enough, we have one hesitation with entering into a point system, and it's because Adam ruined it, and not by his own fault.
Yep.
It was because of Adam that it didn't work, and it's because he was so successful.
Yep. Blame Adam. That's a hashtag, if I ever heard one.
It's actually quite funny how it worked out, but we need to come up with a way to answer some of the problems that came up with it, because Adam was so dominant at that time when we did it that it became to where other people didn't feel like it mattered anymore because they couldn't catch up to him.
Mm-hmm.
Interestingly enough. So good job to Adam.
Yeah.
You taught. Oh
Hashtag.
man. But
Starting the hashtag now.
it's basically you were so outrageously successful, and this isn't bad. You did fantastic.
Yeah, that means you did well.
The trick means it means that we were able to see what happens when and what kind of things that we need to keep in mind for the future. So actually, I appreciate it. Some wrestling style narratives and some good heels in the room is what we want. Glimpsing Unthinkably. It's funny you mention that, because I've been kind of planning something for Halloween for some time now. Keep your eyes open for that one.
Yep.
It's going to be so much fun. We're also looking into doing the Analogy Super Saturday, in which we basically do commentary, in which everything is like a hyper analogy. It's and he really plays down this land like a rock landing upon the bottom of a mountain at the end of an avalanche.
Yeah, he really went for that, like an uppercut to the face that knocked his Knocked him straight into next Tuesday.
Turns this creature sideways, much like the handle of a submarine hatch.
Okay, I will try to see if I can find someone else.
To the Prakathak, thank you so much. We appreciate that. I'm really glad. I think that we've got a product that really allows us to have fun, and I think that's important. And sometimes we get off topic, and sometimes we say stupid things, and sometimes we go on tangents. But hopefully you can agree with us that that's part of the charm, because I think that the way that this channel will sustain itself, and the way that I will continue wanting to put so much time, and the reason why these players will want to put so much time, and the reason that these co-hosts will want to put so much time, and the reason why you'll want to put your time, is because it's fun. And I think that as long as we can maintain that, that's going to be the really important piece going down the line. And so hopefully you'll forgive us sometimes when we go completely off topic, and we'll do our best to keep it tempered, but sometimes we just got a tangent. Or a championship belt like in wrestling? Pidgeoff, wait. But do you happen to go to the store, or do you happen to... I feel like I've been telling you ideas, and I haven't actually... But, again, the best I can say to that is just stay tuned. But you're sharing some ideas that we have shared in the past. You want a grudge match, smack talk style interview with the players before every match? Oh, that sounds awesome. That sounds really cool. Oh my! So instead of getting like the grudge matches of like doing a promo beforehand between the two players, so it's like, I know what deck you're on, but more importantly, I know what deck I'm on.
Yeah, your archetype's trash.
And I'm the burn deck, and you're not.
You keep quoting this card advantage, quoting your something 316 through 14. Well, burn 314 says I just bolted your face.
Are we lagging? Oh
Are
no!
No.
Hey, that's awesome. Apparently, we happen, Pidgeoff. That's awesome that we happen to have a connection one way or another there. But that's very cool. Now you told me that we have a match.
Yes.
And what have we got?
We've got Eric on the wall.
Okay.
On Blue Moon.
Eric on the wall on Blue Moon. So this is the other Donaldson brother.
Yep.
And this is going to be the Blue Moon with a slightly revised list.
Yep.
Going up against
Jacob Anderson, who's playing elves.
Oh, now Jacob actually was playing this last event. Did very well with it.
Yes.
I really got to give the edge to Eric here.
I agree. I think just a billion bolts is going to be good enough.
Yeah, Billion Bolts Donald. They call him Eric Billion Bolts Donaldson, and it's for a
I'm
reason.
not salty.
Interestingly enough, he has removed some of them.
Yep.
I've got a deck list, but the deck is pretty solid, and I think just the amount of removal that it has should be able to hold these elves at bay. But it's round 2. Let's head on down. Let's have a good time. We'll see you there.
Fight.
I totally forgot to reset the life totals. And is anybody else having trouble with the audio? I apologize to anybody who is... does he use Thing in the Ice? No. We can look at this. His main creature base, he's got 4 Snapcaster Mage, 2 Piankir Nalar, and 3 of the Goblin Dark Dwellers. Abrupt Decay, thank you so much for joining. Now, when you look at the removal suite, which is what's going to be really key in this, we've got 1 Flame Slash, 2 Burst Lightning, 4 Lightning Bolt, 1 Izzet Charm, 1 Roast, 3 Electrolyze, and 2 Mainboard Anger the Gods.
Yeah, this is pretty bad for Jacob.
It's pretty bad. Then you look at the support spells, right? And you've got 2 Spell Snare, relevant against elves. You've got 4 Serum Visions, not super relevant, but not bad, right?
Yeah.
You've got 3 Spreading Seas.
That's going to be more relevant than you might think.
Right. 3 Blood Moon.
Again, probably going to be about as relevant as Spreading Seas, but...
And 2 Cryptic Command.
Yep.
So that's 6 cards that are less than overwhelming, right?
Yeah, it's not looking great.
Oh, my apologies.
No, this is how much we think Blue Moon's gonna win.
With elves
We're just gonna give elves the win already.
So a turn 1 Elvish Mystic, and with Jacob being on the play, that is going to be pretty key there. As far as if he is going to get through this, that's going to be a key play, especially with Eric apparently passing back.
Yep. Well, you're not going to actually see elves languish in this because Eric is not playing black.
Yeah, if anything, you really get to see them angry.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Hello to the Juggernaut. It's awesome having you. I see that you were commenting a little bit earlier. And to anybody who is just joining, it means a lot that you're here. Thank you for joining. If you haven't yet, hit that follow button. See the cool animation. Let's get a chain lightning going.
Yep, the old, I'm going to play this land. Actually, never mind, it's not a land. It's my Archdruid that I'm going to cast anyway.
So, 3 minutes into this one, and this is really a key point to where if Eric has the removal spell, this is where he wants it.
Yes.
He doesn't have the ability to interact with this on the stack, so it's going to be post-removal, but a bolt on this. The only thing is that if he has the bolt, I'll be really curious as to why he didn't use it on that Mystic early on.
Yep, maybe he's finally taking my advice of don't bolt the bird.
It's possible.
I doubt it.
And
but
look at that, a burst lightning off the top.
had
And
it.
an anger the gods.
I think I want to save the burst lightning a little
And
bit.
an anger the gods. I don't.
I don't know.
When you have the ability to kill the Archdruid, you take it.
I don't know. Like, there's just not many things that he could cast that would really make me, sad to not have it.
So, we have another Llanowar Elves coming out, and here's the unfortunate part. If Jacob builds his board, we both know what's in his hand.
Well, Shaman of the Pack's not bad.
But the Anger of the Gods in Eric's hand is better.
Yeah.
I can tell you that much.
Well, that's just like your opinion, man. I mean, it's a correct opinion, but I don't think that's really very relevant.
No, and we're also looking at just the opportunity that Eric has to, even if he doesn't get, I'm pretty sure he does, but he has that, and then he's looking at a situation of Snapcaster into a bolt if he wants to. Eric is set.
Yep.
As long as he's not missing land drops, he's going to be in a good position. And he's not.
Spreading seas, sure.
Oh, I can't watch. I can't
This
watch.
is gonna be bad.
So
I've been on the receiving end of this. Maybe not exact thing, but it's not great.
doesn't go well.
Not great.
So anyway,
Eric probably gonna spend more time shuffling than having to deal with creatures this game.
how many Electrolyze does Eric run? He runs 3. Yep,
Just making it worse.
it's pretty good.
I have Anger of the Gods, billion kill spells, and by the way, 3 electrolyzes.
It's so funny because we were talking about this, and basically it's like, man, we were talking before, and we were like, well, good luck coming up against creature matchups. It's very good.
Oh, you have to play a Shaman pack as a 3/2?
For 3, that actually deals 1 damage. It's basically
Yeah.
like, it's an even faster Hell Rider. That isn't actually at all like that.
What?
I don't know. So we do have this. We might see a situation in which
I kind of just
Eric's
want to
got-
play Ambush Viper.
I think you just, if Jacob gets greedy and just swings in with the
Yeah.
shot and then the pack, you just block it.
Yeah, I think just Ambush Viper's good enough.
Yeah, keep him off of that, and I think we're
Yeah.
gonna see him go for a basic.
Probably fine.
Is Jacob playing Collected Company? I expect him to be.
He actually has a company in his hand.
Even more so.
Yep. So, there's the answer to that question.
Eric Billion Bolts Donaldson.
Not losing to elves today.
Yes.
So what's funny is because these spreading seas might get boarded out in the second game, but it's funny because
It's actually having an impact right now.
yeah, and Jacob actually has choke in his sideboard.
Does he?
Yep.
Interesting.
Oh, Dark Dweller's time.
Oh yeah. I mean, you don't even go for the
Ugh.
anger at that point. You probably just go for the burst lightning on it.
Oh jeez.
Yep.
Oh jeez.
What's the idea surrounding the Blue Moon? Is it control deck that runs Blood Moon? Yes.
Yep.
So it's essentially actually closer to being a red deck than, but is it colors? And what it does is it runs a lot of basic lands, and it runs main board Blood Moon, usually 3.
Yes.
As long as just ways to attack that. And it tends to be kind of a deck that really attacks greedy mana bases, while at the same time really building itself to answer creature strategies with the assumption that the deck's not playing many creatures will
Yep.
have a greedy mana base. Oftentimes that works out well. Occasionally it doesn't, but
Yep.
it will very much act as a control deck that's able to put down maybe a little bit more of a clock
Yeah.
than other ones.
Sometimes also the thing about playing a lot of basic lands is that
Your mana base is so painless.
sometimes also there's that, and sometimes you still can't cast any of your spells and you just draw too many lands.
That's true.
Like, there are positives to this deck, and there are actually a fair amount of negatives to the deck.
It also just cannot beat Tron.
Well, yeah.
We tried that a lot. I stomped this deck with Tron.
Turns out, even having main deck Blood Moon
And Spreading Seas.
And Spreading Seas.
I went through 2 Spreading Seas and a Blood Moon or something like that. It was just brutal.
Alright, so actually I think Eric might actually lock Jacob out of this game now, because he drew a second Spreading Seas, and he's going to go after that other green source.
Yeah, and with him not having... I mean, he would have to draw into the forest, which gives him the option of Collected Company, which isn't bad, right?
Yeah.
But, way to go.
Living up to his name. Looks like he drew a green source off the top, so hope is not lost for our hero.
Hope is not lost. Mercury, again. Oh, wait. Agni? Mercury Agni? It's great to see you. Thank you so much for joining. It's awesome having you. I feel like I recognize your name. If I'm wrong about that, let me know. But if I'm right, welcome. And if you are returning, welcome back. So, Eclectic Company, we're going to take
if I like this on the main phase.
I think that you're going for it before Eric has Cryptic Command open. I think is the choice
but I don't
that
think
we're
you're
going
beating
for.
Cryptic Command anyway.
It's unlikely, but I can get behind the choice here. The only problem is that Eric has got another... I thought he had another Goblin.
He has another Dark Dwellers.
I'm a little bit surprised that he didn't just flash back the 2-for-1.
Yeah, I don't know why either.
Interesting. The other danger is that if you end up being known as the Blue Moon guy at your own, that's definitely true.
Also, then you're that guy.
Then you're that guy. Oh man, this is delightful.
Is it though?
Yeah, I mean, I like seeing lightning bolts get cast. Let's be honest. Let's accept that I'm who I am.
Yeah, that's fine, and I'm the Elves player. I mean, I think I've demonstrated that by now.
I'll tell you what. When the nickname of Eric Billion Bolts Donison was given to him, I was legitimately jealous.
Hey, sometimes.
I was like, that's such a good nickname. So we get the Elvish Visionary out. We do have the other green source. We dropped down an Elvish Mystic, but that's just it's just not enough.
No, and I think.
Good job. That's phenomenal.
Oh, that really means you're an adult. You don't have adults telling you what to do, right?
Oh man, that is phenomenal.
Is that adulthood? I think it is.
I'm so jealous right now. Next time that you're in town, bring me cake. But you don't actually have to. I don't want to be demanding.
Bring me cake. But also, don't really bring me cake.
Unless you want to.
Yeah, unless like, hey. So Eric should probably just attack with both creatures. He doesn't really need to cast this.
Okay, so
he's just gonna go for the
anger, I expect.
Huh. I think he didn't actually need to do that. If he just attacked with one of the Dark Dwellers and Jacob didn't double block, he was dead.
Yep.
So, I mean, granted, it's not going to matter.
Just a question. I don't have to answer. Can Grixis aggro be a thing in Standard? I'm not sure about aggro. Aggro itself is very hard to exist in Standard if it isn't a white deck right now. But Grixis can exist, and Grixis is good. Mm-hmm. You have Kulagon's Command, which is huge.
Yeah, that's a pretty good card.
It's a pretty good card. So Grixis can exist in Standard. I'm not convinced that it will be an aggro deck, however. But I'm also not an authority on Standard. So take what I say with a grain of salt. Let's see here. Do we have any dredge decks at Geek Fortress? Yes, we do. We have a Dredgefine, as well as a Zombardment that occasionally, both of which get occasionally played. Yep. The Dredgefine by Tyrell,
yeah.
And the Zombardment by Joe, who is actually tonight on Eternal Command. But we do occasionally have them here. Does Jacob main deck Reclamation Sage? Unfortunately, we don't have the answer to that. I would suspect that he main decks at least one.
I'm actually not sure. I know he's boarding in two.
Uh-huh.
So that would lead me to believe he doesn't play any in the main.
Because you wouldn't really want more than the two in the 75.
Unless you have like a very, very good reason for playing more than a couple.
Okay.
Or more than one.
Yeah.
Like, for instance, in one of the decks I'm playing, there are 3 Reclamation Sages on the sideboard.
Beautiful.
I just don't want to lose to Affinity.
That's super reasonable. The problem is that you're already really favored against Affinity.
And it's a different deck.
Is it Elves?
No.
Oh. Gotcha.
It's a very different deck.
Gotcha. But I would at my baseline, if I were playing against this deck, I would assume that he's main decking one.
Yeah. That's a very reasonable assumption. It's an elf, so you don't lose that much value on it, and sometimes just a 2/1.
Yeah, and you don't have a whole lot of your stuff that you're worried about hitting.
Mm-hmm.
So, feel like kind of guilty when you play to counter someone's deck. Thank you for the follow, Mercury. We do really appreciate that. Feel kind of guilty when you play to counter someone deck game 1 just because they're known for that deck? There's a yes and a no. I will say that lots of people have lost to me because they assumed what deck I was on because of that.
Yeah.
It's amazing how many people keep an anti-affinity hand and then just lose to burn.
I've definitely lost to a main deck Grafdigger's Cage. That was not very nice.
The main thing is that there's something to be said for knowing your meta. I think that is a skill within Magic.
Yep.
But I would also make sure that you don't rely on that as your ability as a player, because then if you go to larger events, you lose that advantage.
Yeah.
So I think that it's worth playtesting. Like, go about playtesting without knowing, and that's one of the things that we like to do when we playtest with the meta deck that we have.
Yeah.
We don't tell our opponent what deck that we're on.
That's a good one.
We tell other people, right? So that there's that verification of it, but we don't tell them so that they have to really get used to keeping hands objectively. So,
no, it's Grafdigger's Cafe. We were eating at the time, and he just slammed it.
The new Have.
Yep, the Have.
So don't we hate it when people don't wash their hands and play Magic? I mean, I think it's weird when people just don't wash their hands. I think that applies to anyone. So that's, I don't know.
It's just like
that should apply to anyone. And frankly,
yeah,
that's
but
what
like,
I have to say about that.
Yeah,
mostly.
Grafdigger's Cafe used to be a swing and place, but now it's just dead.
Oh man, that place used to be just up all night.
Yeah. Now it's just like everyone there is like they're just like strolling around like they're just zombies or something. I'm sure I'm gonna come up with additional fun here in a second, but that's the good one I got right now.
Oh man. It's like no, I don't want to chase this. I don't want to chase this. The bouncer's Tormod. We know this. So, a turn 1 Elvish Mystic for Jacob. Again, the ideal turn 1 play. But Eric, yay, playing down 1 of a billion, the Bolt. Takes it down, going with just a fetch into a basic mountain, and note the basic.
Yep.
That, at some point, kind of tells me that he still has the Blood Moons in.
Well, a basic mountain doesn't really tell you anything about that. It might say that he's worried about
Life total,
which is probably a little bit more relevant. Then Jacob should actually be at 16 for this. 14?
I'm thrown off by this as well.
1, 2, 3, 4.
This should be 5.
He's shocking himself because he fetched turn 1.
Oh, he did. I'm sorry. Okay, I missed the initial 19. There we go. Bolts on bolts on bolts. Okay.
This is an interesting hand for Eric. He's got Fumarole, Mystery and Forest, Snapcaster, Electrolyze, Dark Dwellers, and Blood Moon.
Told ya.
I think the life total is something a little bit different there.
I think it was both.
Yeah, probably both.
I think he would have very easily gone for, especially with this hand, he probably would have gone for a shock initially, especially since he has the other fetch to grab a basic
That's fair.
life total,
That's fair.
and he has the other Wandering Fumarole. I think that, now granted we didn't know the rest of that hand, but to me at least it signaled a Blood Moon.
That's fair.
I think we take the Electrolyze.
I think it's either the I don't.
The Snapcaster is definitely not a...
Blood Moon's an interesting
That's
one.
a choice that throws me off. That has to mean that Jacob intends to go off next turn.
Or do a lot of stuff.
He has to think that he can go off next turn. Because Eric doesn't have options this turn. This is the only turn in which Eric doesn't have options, right? I like this. This is bold.
I think there was merit to either taking one of 3 cards there.
Now here's the
and
weird
I don't
thing.
think Blood Moon was one of them.
No, and here's the weird thing is that even taking the Blood Moon, he couldn't have played that this turn either.
Yeah.
So that's still...
That's a interesting line, and I want to see where this goes.
Because he doesn't even have another land in hand.
Yeah.
He's... So
I think I would have liked to have seen either the Electrolyze or maybe even the Dark Dwellers.
I really think that the Electrolyze was probably the name.
Yeah.
Because I'd rather have a Snap Bolt hit me. Oh no, than on turn 3 than an Electrolyze, which draws a card and takes down 2 cards.
Yeah, I think there's a lot of defensible lines there. I just don't think Blood Moon was one of them.
But there's a reason for it.
Yeah, I'm sure he has a reason. And I think that also signifies that he doesn't have Abrupt Decay.
That's a reasonable point.
So,
Possibly... Interesting.
yeah.
I'm perplexed.
Yeah,
So goes for that one on the main phase, passes it back to Jacob. I like Eric doing this on the main phase.
yeah. I think there's no reason for you not to play it on the main phase. That way, you if he draws a land and can like suddenly cord for something, you don't get blown up by a Forge Tender or something.
What do you think the odds of a Snap Bolt are?
Pretty high. Especially if he has a tap land here, so he can use all of his mana effectively.
You know, Pidgeoff is actually bringing up a decent argument to be made here. Which is that when you take the removal spell, he's got another one, so you're not fully impacting his options, whereas when you take the Blood Moon, you're taking up something that is a part of his gameplay.
Yeah, that's fair, but I'm not sure.
I wouldn't... It's, again, it's not, like, maybe fully defensible, but
Yeah.
that's possibly a line of thought here.
I mean, I think...
By the way, the Snap Bolt did happen.
Yeah, I kind of figured that was going to happen.
And then next turn we get the glorious Goblin Dark Dwellers. You don't even want to electrolyze that, actually.
No.
Goblin Dark... I mean, actually, we might see Goblin Dark Dwellers point both points at Jacob.
Yeah, that's... I mean, I don't think he has a land.
Oh, then maybe not.
Um,
Or we have the other...
I think I like an
Electrolyze.
attack first.
I like an attack, because if Jacob goes for it, then you just take it down with the Electrolyze.
Yep.
If he doesn't, you can combine with the Electrolyze. Now, the only other line of thought that Eric might have is going with the Electrolyze and then maybe trying to draw into a removal spell.
Yeah, I think if Eric had another land, he could bait the Scavenging Ooze,
Uh-huh.
but he doesn't have a land because you can Spreading Seas the untapped green source, and then with that ability on the stack, you can electrolyze it. But I like this attack a lot. I don't think you're gonna ever block with a Snapcaster.
No,
against
and
a Scavenging
now
Ooze.
I'd like to see him pass,
Yeah,
see Jacob try and activate it, grab it in response.
yeah, that's I think the best line here.
Okay. Demo, it's great to see you. Thank you so much for joining. Oh my goodness, we're at 115. Thanks, everybody. You guys are the best.
I'm not sure that Spreading Seas is where you want to be. Ooh. Oh, I don't like that at all.
Going for...
He's just exiling a bolt?
Huh?
Is he worried? Like...
Probably
I think
worried about the
it's-
Snapcaster.
Yeah, but, like, he's already played one Snapcaster.
It throws me off a touch.
It's interesting, and I'm not sure...
Actually, you know what? I can get behind that, because the one life isn't going to be super relevant. And activating it, if you're going to hit by 2 damage or 3 damage no matter what you do.
Mhm.
So why not take the card that actually might take it out later?
That's true, but
Like,
I mean...
he was going to lose that Scavenging Ooze no matter what he did in that situation.
Mhm.
His activation did not matter. If it was going to die, it was going to die in response to that. So take the card that's going to be relevant.
I guess
there's
fair.
There's a reasonable argument there. I
Yeah, okay, never mind. There might be a reasonable argument, but I just don't know if I would have done that. I think I would have wanted to just make my guy big enough so that it would survive one single removal spell.
Reasonable. So, a main phase collected company with Eric tapped out, or close to tapped out, apologies, but enough to... But what days do we stream Modern? Schedule's down below, but all these times are Pacific Daily Time. It's currently 8:20 where we are. Each Monday at 6:30 we stream Standard. Each Wednesday at 7 we stream Modern. Along with each Saturday at 6 we stream Modern. And each Friday, the day before Saturday, at 7:30 we stream Legacy.
Yep. It's very, very fun days.
So much fun.
Mhm.
I'm on camera a lot. So... But thank you for asking, and hopefully you'll join us for some future streams.
Yep. So this is actually a really interesting collected company. There was a Dwynen's Elite, a Visionary, a Scavenging Ooze, and a Llanowar Elf.
Mm-hmm.
And I think I would have liked to have seen the Dwynen's Elite.
Just to try and overflow the amount of 1-for-1.
Yeah.
You have to watch out for the Anger of the Gods.
Yeah.
Especially considering... I didn't even tell you what was in the sideboard. Actually, not as much as you think.
no. Basically, actually nothing.
Almost not. Reality Shift may have come in as another removal spell.
Maybe.
To take down maybe the elf tokens if you want.
maybe.
That kind of way.
But I don't think I'd board that in here.
Possibly might have brought in Dispels for Collected Company because that's
Maybe.
one of the few cards that can go around him.
Maybe.
But again, kind of doubtful. But actually, Eric's main board is
Yeah.
pretty.
Yeah.
Tebin, that's a great question. And I'll answer that in a very short moment. But I will answer, why do all of our streams start at different times? So join-in's elite coming down. This is where we get to see this one.
Looks like a cryptic command. I think this game's probably over now.
Yeah, I mean, you bounce the... You don't even need to bounce, you just drop.
I think you could probably counter bounce.
You don't need to. You've got a Malice 4/4.
I mean,
right?
Menace?
Yes, I do. I do mean that.
Yeah.
And Eric taking it into... what is best, Ghost Quarter or Tectonic Edge?
Depending on what you want to face against,
Objectively, I would say Ghost Quarter within
Yeah.
the context of Modern.
Yep.
That doesn't mean that it will always be right.
If you see a lot of people with a lot of basic lands, then I guess Ghost Quarter is better since you can't hit it. But if you see a lot of decks like the Jeskai deck that wants to go super, super late, that edge is probably decent.
Right. So we're going to head back up to the booth, have some fun. Coleman's going to try and find us another match. It's only round 2 of 4, and I will tell you why our streams are all at different times. See you there. Hello, and thank you for joining. My name is TJ. Thank you so much. I'm having a blast. But why do all of our streams start at different times? It is a fantastic question. And what happens is the reason why we do the stream and the reason why this started and the entire existence of this, right, is we just stream our weekly tournaments. That's what we've got, right? And so the timing of our streams is entirely based on what time we're doing events in the store. So when we do these extra events, it's because we're doing one in store. So some of these Sunday streams, these Grand Prix trials, or these other things that we try out, it's because that's what we're doing in store. The reason why we have all these events at these different times, Maxter Blaster, it's great to see you. The reason is that 6:30 is kind of our base starting time for most events, or at least has been historically. However, the only one that has actually left from that is, in fact, Standard. What we have is 7 o'clock Modern, and that was because so many of our Modern players would often be coming here after work. So, what we did is we ended up pushing it back to 7 o'clock so that people, when people come and join us for that. On the overlay between Geek Fortress and Round can you put the format? That is not a bad idea, Chevy Man George. I like that idea a lot. I will talk to David. I'll see what we can do about getting that for you. But I like that. That's a great idea. So 7 o'clock on Modern so that people can show up for it, because basically people would end up showing late, and we try going about that way. Fridays at 7:30. That's because our actual FNM is draft, and instead of drafting at 6:30 and firing our legacy event at the same time, what we try and do is fire the draft, let that get going, and because they'll be taking up some of the tables, and then we get the legacy firing after that one, which is why that happens at 7:30. The reason why Saturday it's at 6 is mostly because that's the time that worked out best for people. We wanted it to be a little bit earlier than the 7 o'clock for people. 6 o'clock just worked as a nice round number. So that's kind of the answer that we have for that one. Mostly, all of the times used to be the same, and over time they changed based on the people who were playing that format requested enough to where it just got changed. What about an extension of the rounds, like Modern round 2 of 4? As it currently sits, the screen just doesn't have a ton of capacity for it, as the box currently sits. However, it's something that we might be able to do in the future. I think that would end up basically fulfilling the same role as if we were to make it its own little separate thing, but it would just include less typing over time for changing the rounds. So I think that would functionally be similar. So we can definitely look into doing that in the future and adding the format down at the bottom. So thank you. I appreciate that. That's awesome. It's always good to get some feedback from someone who's got some fresh pairs of eyes. You've only been here for a bit, Chevy Man George, and already you are providing with some very, very valuable words of thought and lines for us to consider taking. Man, that sentence was a mess. That sentence was an absolute mess. But welcome to round 2. If you are brand new, thanks to the 120 people joining us currently, I'm having a blast. And
so unfortunately, everyone's in the middle of the match.
but we might be getting another one very shortly.
Maybe.
Excellent.
I've told them to come and let me know when they move.
So, we might be getting another match very shortly as soon as we are able to. Hey, Chevman George, well, thank you so much for lurking for so long, and I really appreciate that you chose to voice those concerns. Okay, so any chance to get Peter on camera? There's always a chance we can get Peter on camera.
Yes.
There's a chance we can get anyway. I bet Logan is making us go to time.
Probably. I don't know. I didn't see him at that.
He's on a red, white, Enduring Ideal, a deck that locks out hard.
I think he's on a bye this round, so I don't think he actually was there.
Aw, that's a shame.
Yeah, not sure though.
But we've also got David out there with Ad Nauseum.
I saw Joe was in the middle of a very, very in-depth game.
What's he going up against?
It's playing against another bigger Elves deck
Oh,
with Dwynen, like actual Dwynen.
the actual Dwynen.
Yeah, and like
The life gain one?
the +1/+1 in reach.
Interesting. Huh.
Mm-hmm.
Very cool. Very cool.
Manaless Dredges. It's something.
Manaless Dredge is less a deck that you play and more a parallel Magic experience which happens to coincide with your opponent. Is my opinion of that.
That reminds me of an old it's an old video. It's describing, like, I think it was at that time the Vintage metagame,
Okay.
and it was describing Dredge. Or it was, okay, so you're gonna play Dredge. You're gonna pick up your cards and then look to the person on your right playing Pokemon because you're clearly not playing Magic anymore.
Like that's the thing is, don't get me wrong, I like Manaless Dredge. So
I think it's cool.
This commentary is not meant to be negative about the deck, but the deck operates on a completely different axis than pretty much all other Magic. And granted, there are all these outliers all over the place. Like, you can see them, but this is one of the most prevalent ones. A deck that completely circumvents one of the pillars of the game, which is the mana.
Yeah, it doesn't actually cast spells.
I mean, it does flashback on.
Yeah, it kind of counts, but like,
it never once spends mana. No, that's not even true either.
I mean, it doesn't play LED.
Oh, you're right.
Because you have to discard.
Anyway, the point is that the deck is weird.
Yeah, it doesn't it only uses flashback spells and game actions.
You found
triggers.
a signed Japanese 4th edition Nether Shadow for $10. Should you buy it and build Manaless Dredge to plunge into Legacy? If you want to. I mean, I can't really answer that competently.
I don't know what your budget is.
I would dive into Burn if I were to get into Legacy.
I would save up and buy some Gaia's Cradles, and that way you can play Elves.
You could also play Infect, a really cool deck. I like that one a lot for if I were to build a second Legacy deck, there's a good chance it would be Infect.
I'm pretty sure I'd play Elves again.
Really? Okay, if playing Burn twice is an option, sure. Coleman, that's Coleman.
Honestly, if I couldn't play Elves, I think I'd play High Tide.
High Tide, very cool deck. Actually, Bryce, the less frequent Bryce co-host.
Oh, yep.
Actually, occasionally plays High Tide. Man, this is like $140 on TCG Player. Ooh, love it. Big shock to see the red player would play Legacy Burn. Hey, at least I'm consistent, right?
Not as consistent as a Lava Spike.
Now, okay, let's be truthful here at the moment. Burn is actually probably the best deck to get into Legacy with. It's a deck that is proactive enough, has a little bit of game against everything, and also doesn't really require that you have this vast knowledge of the Legacy game metagame.
It's probably true.
Like, it's definitely maybe in the top 3 to 5 of decks to get into the format with.
Probably fine, yeah.
Merfolk being another one. I think that Merfolk is a great entry into Legacy, especially since you can actually play it in other formats as well.
Yeah, I'm just trying to bring a thing in here. Like, Elves isn't bad.
Elves isn't bad, but it also, I think...
You just have to know the deck very well.
Right, and I think that Burn actually does end up rewarding you for, like, recognizing what cards you need to evaluate differently. Because you start recognizing that Mother of Runes is a card that you should be able to answer.
Yeah.
Like, I think that Burn does a great job of teaching you that threat evaluation, but early on you can kind of ignore that and just go for your game plan. So that is my thought.
Yeah.
Burn has game against Storm. Have you ever cast an Eidolon?
Eidolon of the Great Revel is a really messed up card.
There's a reason why Burn got better. Burn got better because of Eidolon of the Great Revel. And it turns out that Storm is not very good against that card.
Yeah, it turns out when all your spells cost 1 and 2.
You built Reanimator because you wanted to have one legacy. Reanimator, another, actually, Reanimator I don't want to call as easy.
No.
But that's definitely a deck that you can get into the format with.
I
because
have some very strong opinions on Reanimator. You don't want to hear me say them.
That's reasonable. That's reasonable. But Burn has got so much game against Storm. So, hey, Gideon, it's great to see you. What's happening? We're streaming some sweet Modern. Would we ever consider streaming Commander? It's interesting that you ask that. This has been a topic that's come up a lot in like the recent week and a half. So there's some inherent problems with it. One is that, to be quite honest, Commander is ridiculously difficult to stream well.
Yeah.
Because so much of it is, one, good games of Commander are political, are like political and multiplayer.
Mm-hmm.
And we
Yes.
can't do those. We inherently have to do dual Commander, right?
Yep.
So that's your first problem, is that it's very hard to do like what the actual spirit of Commander is.
Yes.
The second is that the format is so wide and diverse and like there's such a mixture of things that it's also extremely hard to commentate.
Yeah,
because
I mean,
the games are so much slower. It's hard to really evaluate their plays well because there's so many other game plans that could be happening. So it's very difficult to stream.
And also, not being lost here, it is still technically a casual format.
It is a casual format,
So-
and I'm not sure if I want to invest realistically, and I hate that this is a factor. I do have to consider time anytime that I get involved with it. Standard is
fine.
one that's like stretching it, and I'm working on. Luckily, actually, Bryce might end up taking over the standard streams.
Oh, hey. There
Yeah.
we go.
Because it's so. Maybe one day is my answer, but it's rough to stream well. I'm not confident that it would be a product that I'm happy with, and I really want to be able to produce something that I'm proud of if we are going to do that. So that's what I've got for you, Juice. I've got good news for you. After dealing with the holiday weekend in which it was very difficult to do, I am sending your playmat to you in the mail tomorrow.
Hey, there we go.
Good news for you. They won the GPLA playmat.
Oh, hey.
Yeah. This is Coleman donated that for you.
Congratulations.
Also, to be honest, so quite truthful, is that since we do these streams based on our weekly tournaments, we don't have a weekly Commander tournament. One, because I am frankly against competitive Commander.
I don't like Commander. So.
Fair enough. So there's at least that factor, but I don't want to discount it. I'm gonna say maybe, because if there's enough of a demand for it, maybe. But at the moment, it's difficult to do. So what have we got? Oh, sad. You entered in with Miracles. That is a rough way to enter. But yeah, Commander's fun with 3 people, no more, no less. If you get 4, you get that guy who plays that general. But 3 is fun. You know, that's an interesting experience that you've had, and I can't. It's hard for me to discount that.
Like I said, I haven't played Commander since it was called EDH. That's how long it's been, and I've just been so burned out on that.
Okay. I played a lot of Commander. Like, I played basically daily Commander for the first 2.5, 3 years of me even playing Magic.
Yeah,
It was a lot.
I can't look at that. I can't look at the format with fresh eyes anymore.
I was probably building like a deck a week for a while. Like, it was, I had just like a card pool, and I'd like build a deck, take it apart that week, play and it was just, whew. It was a lot of fun. It was a ton of fun, but it's also, we tried running tournaments in that. Turns out it's ridiculously hard to run a tournament of EDH.
I remember I tried. The closest I got back in enjoying the format was when Tiny Leaders was big.
Because that format was actually like somewhat competitive.
Yeah, and even that kind of devolved pretty quick.
Yeah, and that one actually became a very solvable format. Not particularly as in like what the best deck was, but very easily what the best cards were. I mean, Inquisition, Abrupt Decay, like Smother.
Yep, and also some cards are just like strictly unplayable.
And some cards are strictly unplayable.
Like Disdainful Stroke. And Gaddock Teague, not great.
Oh, man. Siryu, hello and welcome. But anyway, that is our really long, drawn-out response to what...
What's up?
To what we have going on with
Really
that
hot
one.
in here.
It is. It is ridiculous. So nice job. You really earned your nickname there.
I know.
Billion Bolts Donaldson. Oh, man.
There you go.
There we go. Hi, everybody.
Hello. So, how did you feel? How do you feel about the new build?
Dark Dwellers are better than I thought they
Anticipated?
would be. I was not sold on them to start with, but they're better.
They are.
The fact that you can Dark Dwellers anger and keep a guy
Yeah, that's...
is important.
Let me ask you something.
Yes.
Did you sideboard in anything?
No. I put cards in, I'm like, nope, take them out. You sideboard for show.
The
I was
old
like-
15 in, 15 out?
The best I could
I
come up
put
with
two,
is...
I'm like, just stick the Crumble the Dust in there and then pull them out when you go
See,
through.
I was thinking like maybe the Dispels, just because Collected Company is like one of the cards that might be able to get around you.
His thing's so small.
I was thinking you would just maybe go for Dispel over like the Spell Snares.
But Spell Snare
Vision
hits
you hit
Visionary.
Yeah.
And like Dwynen's Elite and
Yeah,
Scavenging
that's
Ooze.
why I
Oh,
thought about
Scavenging
pulling
Ooze is
Spell
a big one.
Snares, but I didn't.
Yep.
Yeah, I just pretended to sideboard.
For those of you wondering, just off camera is one of our co-hosts, the Billion Bolts Eric Donaldson.
That was the most intense stare I've ever seen.
Remember earlier how I was talking about keeping it fun sometimes?
See, this is fun, right?
This is fun. Oh, man. But,
Just have a permanent, Circle of Protection red in play?
he was,
Yeah.
he was the Blue Moon player that just took down elves.
Mm-hmm. That the games were not close.
My opening hand, I'm like, this would be so much better with a lightning bolt in the first card.
Nailed it.
Bolt.
We should have put a... We should
A
have put
bolt counter?
Oh, I was going to say boom, but yeah.
You should do a bolt counter.
A
every
bolt
time I play.
counter. I don't...
I like
man,
it. It'll get to $1 billion.
it'll always be like 1, 2, a billion.
See, you should have just played Boom Bust. That way we could actually put Boom.
People like Boom Bust. I'm not. As a one of, I can understand the matchup is 4. I just am not.
Hey, let me ask you something really quickly.
Okay.
In game 2, turn 1, you fetched a basic mountain as
Yes.
opposed to a duel. How come?
Choke.
Oh.
We were both wrong. I said
Yeah.
it was because he probably has a Blood Moon in hand, which I was then right, and he's like, probably because he's trying to conserve his life total, which was also kind of right.
I was playing around Choke because green decks hate blue decks.
Oh, yeah, I totally forgot about Choke.
It's funny
I
because you
didn't
mentioned it
forget
in
about
game
it.
Yeah,
1.
yeah, I mentioned it game 1. Because it was like, oh, he's got the spreading Caesar Lantern under your Choke.
Which is fun.
Yeah.
Man, look at us learning here
Yeah,
with
yep.
you, with us.
You can tell I never play Blue.
I am he, and you are me, and you are we,
And we are the Walrus.
and we are all together. See how
Why do
the
you
bolts
have Kiki
fly.
Jiki pulled up?
Because we saw Kiki Jiki
Because Kiki Jiki's cool.
on the playmat.
Do you need a reason to play Kiki Jiki?
Yeah,
I
that's
hate Kiki Jiki.
that's reasonable.
You just need to learn to love it more.
No. I
Okay.
played Twin one time, and I just played a combo deck.
Hey,
I
Captain.
know. I was.
Captain, it's great to see you talking about. I'm not sure what you mean by Cop Red.
Circle of Protection Red.
Circle of Protection Red. I hate that card. I almost had Anson Maddox sign one because he's falsely credited with it being the artist.
Is he really?
On Gatherer, it says that Anson Maddox is the artist when he was not. It was Mark Tedin.
Huh.
Yeah. So.
Should have Mark Tinian sign it as Anson Maddox.
Oh, that would be brilliant. That's a good way to go about it. But Circle Protection Red, everybody. Anyway, you got to play it against Legacy Burn yesterday, and the guy was like, how can... I mean, you beat it by killing them.
Mm-hmm.
Duh.
You stone raid their lands so they can't actually activate it. See? That's how you play red spells and get around Copper Red.
Easy, easy.
Or you play like Pithing Needle and you name Copper Red.
Blazing Gunner, it's great to see you. And to everybody else, it's great to see you. I guess, since we're between games at the moment, do you want to see if maybe there might be another match to jump up?
There is not.
Okay, so we should be heading into round 3 very shortly then. Anyway, my name's TJ.
I'm Coleman.
And we're streaming from a shop called Geek Fortress in Snohomish, Washington in the Pacific Northwest. If you may be unaware, or if this is your first couple of times joining, we do this stream 4 times a week, and we do it for all 3 of the major constructed formats. I know that many of you are going to go, you mean vintage? Unfortunately, we mean standard, modern, and legacy.
Yeah.
But every Monday at
I would love to
6:30
play
we
some
stream
vintage.
standard. Every Wednesday and Saturday we stream modern, and every Friday we stream legacy. All the times are down below in Pacific Daylight Time. Are we going to stream Eternal Masters drafts? I've gotten asked that one before. Realistically, it's pretty unlikely. 2 main reasons for that. One is that a lot of those drafts might be happening during like Fridays.
Yeah.
The biggest issue that I have with it is that streaming a draft is difficult for many of the same reasons as EDH.
Yes.
Which is that the decks can be so wide out and so slow and you don't know what kind of to expect from them, is that it's difficult to really do it well without having the context of what that person's running. Because one of the reasons why it's fun to watch people draft on Twitch is that you get to see them make the card choices initially, you get to see what deck that they're building, and you get to see how that all plays out.
Yes.
When you're watching from some decks that someone drafted and you weren't able to see that process, I think that it becomes a lot more difficult to really understand why they might be making some choices. We don't know what bomb that they're playing towards.
It also takes out some strategy. Being like, oh, you're going to pass this card so you can pick it up later. And the actual drafting part is a very big part of the draft and not just limited.
Yeah. K-Mark, you were absolutely correct. I was thinking of a standard set for some reason. But nonetheless, in that case, it would mean that it would be on the days in which we are not normally streaming, which... And again, I very legitimately don't like saying this, but time is a factor.
Yeah.
Yeah,
there's only so many hours in the day.
There's only and
there's only so many hours in the week.
Yeah, I mean, on my Mondays, Wednesdays, Fridays, there are no more hours in the day.
Yeah.
I wake up and then I go to sleep and everything else is set.
Yep.
So it's more like I gotta be careful about what days are left. Is my main concern there. Let's see. You had Kiki copy Thragtusk at your last Modern event against Naya Zoo.
That's pretty good.
That's beautiful. That has got to be really. Oh god! And even when you lose it, you get the 3/3. Every time at every end step, you gain 5. Oh, that's so good. That's really good. Oh my goodness.
So actually, while we're between rounds,
okay,
I got a quick game of 6 words for you.
A game of 6 words for me?
Yes.
Okay.
What are the best hate cards in Modern right now?
What are the best hate cards in Modern?
And by the way, chat, 6 words.
Best hate cards in Modern. Grafdigger's Cage.
Okay.
That's a good question. That's a really good question.
Yeah, I figured it would have been a good question.
Grafdigger's Cage, Spellskite. I want to say Anger.
Okay.
Yeah, I think those are going to be my 3 choices there. Aggro's really big, which means Anger, and Kiki and Collected Company, which means that Anger of the Gods has a huge amount of value right now.
Okay.
And then you look at Dredge is hyped up. I'm not sure if it has a huge amount of staying power.
Okay.
But looking at the amount of Snapcasters, and especially Nahiri's right now, Grafdigger's Cage has some great value.
Sure.
Currently. And then, looking at Spellskite, it's one of those cards that I think will always hold a place. And it's on a little bit of a lower point right now.
Yeah.
But when you have Infect going well, when you have Blue decks going well, which means that Boggles is likely coming around.
Yeah.
When you have Jund doing decently and you need to protect something, Spellskite starts gaining a good amount of value.
Mm-hmm.
So that's my answer.
So my answer would probably be Grafdigger's Cage, Stony Silence,
Okay.
Forge Tender.
Forge Tender's a really good one.
Yep.
And Stony Silence is definitely a big one
And
for
then
me.
probably Blood Moon.
Blood
But I'm
Moon-
not sure if that counts as a hate card anymore.
We were only able to pick so many. And Stony Silence, I think, is good, but I think that currently, and keep in mind that this is coming from someone who's currently playing Burn.
And maybe Rest in Peace belongs in there somewhere.
I don't think so. I think Grafdigger's Cage does the job probably decently well right now. Yeah. But I think, at least within the current context, Stony Silence is good. But I also think that if I were to... no, you're probably right. Stony Silence really should be on the list there.
Probably. Either Stony Silence or Kataki.
Oh, man. 6 words. Why is Naya more popular than Esper? Because you can Snap Bolt. No, I'm sorry.
Wait,
Naya.
what?
I was thinking, I said Jessica in my mind.
Oh, okay.
Let me rephrase the question.
Okay.
Naya provides reach. Esper does not.
Bolt plus
I was completely...
aggressive.
People are going to call me out on that one so bad.
Bolt plus aggressively costed creature spells.
Yes. Leonin freaking Arbiter.
That's a very...
That's a good one. Blood Moon, Stony Silence, Grafdigger's Cage, Choke, Spellskite. Not bad. That's 8 words, but nonetheless, Blood Moon, Choke, Leyline, Stony Silence. Leyline is not a bad one.
Leyline's a good one.
And Choke is pretty good right now.
I think I saw one other 6 words earlier.
Let's see here.
Did I miss it? It might have been up a little bit more.
Your 3 Cage, rest in peace, Stony Okataki, Aven Mind Sensor. I don't know. Yeah, that's fair. You can call a punt on me for that one. I don't know. I was like, Jeskai over Esper, because that's normally what the debate is, right? Like, that's what it is. It's like, why aren't we playing Esper? It's because Jeskai exists.
Oh, I mean, Game Time has a good one there. I mean, Reach is a green ability, so Esper won't have it.
Yes. My man.
Looking good.
Oh, man. What else have we got? You're bringing Esper.
Shizo. That's cool.
You're bringing Esper Geist deck with Shizo and Elsbeth. What?
You should look into Spectral Flight.
Oh, God. Way to get really deep there.
Shizo, Death's...
Oh, my goodness.
It's the other one. It's the other Shizo.
The Death Storehouse?
Yeah, because you can give your Geist Fear.
Beautiful.
Yeah.
Beautiful.
Can't play Bolt with that mindset. Come on. Sure, there's a way to play Bolt.
Birds of Paradise.
I mean, Counter Squall is basically Bolt, right?
Counter Squall, yes. I'll count that.
Hey, Lava Spike. You can play Lava Spike. Or, not Lava Spike, Bump in the Night.
You can play Bump in the Night.
That's
basic. You
that's
could
a
do
Bolt their
Alms
face.
of the Vein.
Oh, yeah, that's true.
Yeah, for all your discards. That way, when you plus your Liliana, you can Lightning Helix.
Or if you, when you flip your Jace, you can Madness it.
Oh, so good. So good.
Yep. One Steam event, yep.
So, I'm pretty excited. We should be heading into the next round very shortly. Thank you to the 120 people who are tolerating us. One thing, as always, if you are brand new, always, maybe not always, but if you are open to the idea, let us know how you found us. That matters to us.
Yes, definitely.
It means that should I be starting to make Reddit posts, even like weekly, or twice a week, or monthly, or every 2 weeks, if you have any thoughts on that, by the way, let me know, even if you aren't brand new. Because I still need to figure out the correct timing of this stuff. And I don't want to bother people, but at the same time, I'd love to see this community grow. 6 words. Make Modern better. Modern is so good right now. I don't know.
I mean, if you're giving
rough.
me unreasonable things I can do.
Yeah? Maybe... Oh... Like, there's something to be said for maybe giving us, like, Innocent Blood.
No, I don't think Innocent Blood would be... I don't think that'd be a healthy addition.
Oh, Demo knocking it out of the park. We did. No Pro Tour.
Boom.
That's a good one. That's a really good one. Another one that we
6?
could see Forbid. Forbid might be an interesting counter. But I honestly don't even think that it would make Modern that much better. Like,
yeah.
I don't know. I think that Modern is... Like, Modern is a format that has often been defined by its diversity.
Yeah.
Except Eldrazi Winter aside. Right?
I mean, if it was up to me, I'd ban the Tron Lands, but that's just me.
That's a ridiculous personal preference.
Yeah, exactly. Like, I'm not going to advocate for it. It's just, if you gave me the option, I would ban the Tron Lands.
Yeah. So
no, don't unban Pod. Pond is fine where it is. Like this, the ban list is fine as it is. We don't need to really change anything.
Yeah, and we went from having a format defined by its diversity to somehow a more diverse meta. Like, it's quite good.
I mean, if I want Baleful Strix, but Baleful Strix is probably too good.
Baleful Strix is definitely too good.
The fact that it's a 1/1 for 2 that draws a card that has Death Touch is probably too good is really weird.
Yep. Hey, Wish 12 ounce. You know, it's amazing how often we get that answer, and I really appreciate that. So that's the thing. Innocent Blood in some ways can make it better. It certainly makes Boggles worse.
Yeah.
Because it doesn't
that's
even target.
what I mean.
It doesn't even target the players.
Like it's that plus the young Pyromancer is probably the Pyromancer Mentor Innocent Blood is probably a little bit too strong.
Right. I don't think that would make Mentor good, to be honest with you. Right.
Yeah, but like I mean, you have to have that conversation whenever you're unbanning like one. Basically, whenever you're printing 1-mana spells. And I realize they don't design cards for Modern. They don't design cards with Modern in mind.
Yeah, I agree.
You have to make that consideration.
Let's see here. Put in Kaladesh. I think it would be much more fitting in Eldritch Moon than Kaladesh. But, you unban Stoneforge? Not gonna happen.
Nope.
I actually
Nope.
I am a huge advocate for not unbanning Stoneforge. Like,
I think Mind Sculptor is also too strong.
Interesting. Alpha XY went in Star City to take over the modern scene. I'm not convinced. I think that they would be better suited taking over Legacy, which is something that they did previously. So maybe in the future they can try and do that.
I honestly don't think Stoneforge is ever coming off the ban list.
I very much doubt it as well. So, Enzymes, it's great to see you. Thank you so much for joining.
Unban I, ban Bolt.
Is Mind Sculptor too strong for Modern? Yes.
Yeah.
Hugely so.
Especially with the fact that we just slowed down the format.
And even more so if you consider that it would be the first Brainstorm effect in Modern.
That's true.
The card is good. Mm-hmm. The card is really good. And there's a reason why there's even a song about Jace the Mind Sculptor.
He is better than all.
Exactly. Jace has historically been underwhelmed every time that he isn't in a format.
Yeah.
He wasn't in Standard. He was underwhelmed as a 4-mana Ponder. Well, yeah, it turns out that's good.
Yeah, my best response to someone asking if Jace is coming off the ban list is always, have you played against Jace? It is the worst feeling in the world.
It's really good. I can respond to that game time very well, actually, or at least hopefully well enough to satisfy you. Force of Will plus the white-green hybrid disenchant that can cast it. Love it. You want Modern to be like Legacy with no RL cards. Unfortunately, I think that I would prefer it to be two separate formats, because if it's like Legacy, one of them will be eliminated. That's the way that it's
just done historically. Just the way it is.
Let's see here. Why is Jund so expensive, and why is it the most fun Modern deck?
Well, the answer to that is it's not the most fun Modern deck.
It's arguable, but the reason why it's so expensive is because it plays the objectively best cards. Mm-hmm. Unban I, ban Thought Knot. I disagree. You ban the enabler, not the payoff.
Yeah.
But it's a reason why it could be made, but I think that they made the right choice in the end. What says because Stoneforge is worse than Tarmogoyf in Modern? Again, not quite true in my opinion, but I will get to that in just a moment. I don't think that Kolaghan's command answers it particularly well, and let's get to the point about Stoneforge. Stoneforge is not a powerhouse, right? I'm sorry, that's wrong. Stoneforge is a powerhouse.
There you go.
But it's an answerable powerhouse.
Yeah.
Yes? The problem is that Stoneforge makes it to where if you were in those colors, now I can tell you what you're going to be doing.
Yeah.
Right? It's the same reason that Green Sun Zenith was banned. The reason why Pod was banned. The reason, it's not because the card is too powerful. And in some ways, it might be. It would do very well in some
I
situations.
genuinely do believe it's too powerful.
I think it would be too good in many situations, but I honestly just think that you would see I do not think that the unbanning of Stoneforge Mystic would increase Modern's format diversity.
Yeah, me neither. Also, there is a little bit of a thing that says, oh, you have a Stoneforge Mystic on too? Oh, so we're playing a Stoneforge game.
Yeah.
So you know you want it ad nauseum this round.
Why do we want ad nauseum?
Because then we can get another match. Because then we can get another matchup really fast.
I'll see what's up.
Lagiski, thank you so much for saying that. What is my favorite card to run and burn, and why is it Wild Nacatl? Lightning Bolt. We all know that Bolt is my favorite card. Come on. But that's the reason why I have that for you. So, that's the answer. Vex, Cloud of Fairies. I mean, you just got Peregrine Drake for Pauper, so that kind of helps, and now you have the deck there. I'm assuming that you mean Pauper. But, so honestly, just unbend everything that Modern sorted out. What's your favorite burn spell? Your favorite burn spell is probably Borborygmos. I'm assuming that that's the right choice. Okay. Removal is heavy in Modern. Stoneforge dies to anything before the ability goes off. There are a lot of answers to it. Actually gives blue tons of tempo cards. I still disagree. I think that it would end up just being... I think that when you approach a banning, or an unbanning even, it's not that is it safe, it's does it make the format better. maybe Stoneforge would be safe, and maybe it wouldn't be busted. It would be good. It would be very good. And I think that people arguing that it wouldn't be good doesn't make a whole lot of sense to me, but that's what I mean. It's reasonable, and we all have to do our own testing, and certainly we all come to different conclusions. But I think that I would be very hesitant to say that it would make the format better, which is, I think, more important than not being busted. So, Team Darkwater, I respectfully disagree, but that's okay. Do I think I'll ever get Chain Lightning in Modern? No. Unfortunately not. I will not. But, oh, okay, Gristlebrand. Fair enough. If Nahiri decks are popular, why isn't Mardu more popular then? Crackling Doom answers Emrakul, right? That's not wrong, but it also, you gotta have a better... Let's see, I don't quite... I know who... Is that Derek?
That's Kevin.
On the left?
On the right.
On the right? Okay. He looked a bit like a Derek that I know.
I know.
And what's he playing?
He's playing Boggles.
Okay. And he's going up against?
Waylon.
Okay.
Core. KOR.
Okay.
And he's playing Elves.
Oh, this is the Big Elves that
Big
I saw.
Elves. Yep.
Okay, so we're getting into round 3. We'll head on down, and then I can respond to further of those points. I may have accidentally gotten into an argument. We'll see you down there.
It's very easy to do.
We'll see you down there. Okay, so as we're getting ready here, what have we got?
It's pronounced Boggles. Or it's pronounced Bogles.
It's pronounced Boggles.
It's always Boggles.
It's spelled Bogles. Okay, your opinion power-wise for Stoneforge that the forward order runs tons of creature hate and every single sideboard order has artifact hate?
That's a dangerous road to go down.
Batterskull doesn't really get hit that hard by it, and as far as like automatic 2-for-1s against a creature, it means that even if you bolted, it already got its value. But nonetheless, that's a reasonable argument to be made. It looks like we do have some Mardu players. The deck has been picking up some steam, actually. It just hasn't gained a ton of format yet.
I actually like the deck a lot.
And it's because it doesn't have Snapcaster Mage, more than anything.
I actually like the combination of, what is it, Soulfire Grandmaster and
yes.
Cave Filters.
Yes, I definitely like that one. Enzymes. What was Birthing Pod's combo? Everything. And at the end, there wasn't one. But we can...
The best way to actually explain Birthing Pod is actually just to look at the Abzan company list, because the company list is an adaptation of the pod banning.
Yes.
It's the easiest way to do it, and then sometimes you end up with the Spike Feeder Archangel combo instead. It's basically the pod was banned because it played the best creatures that you could, and it's just too good. That's basically how it was. Also, yeah, we're playing again. Look at that.
Whoops! Forgot to hit save. So, a turn 1 Slippery Boggle from Waylon. I think I have
the way
the
around. Yep.
I asked you that.
I blame Slippery Boggle.
You blame violent video games.
No, those are not the problems. Okay, so a pretty good start for Kevin.
It's decent.
Yeah, you have the Boggle into 2 enchantments.
Oh, man. So,
a block is bold.
an aggressive block, especially because of the first strike that gives.
And trample.
Because of the ethereal armor. And if it didn't, that seems like a pretty bold block.
If it didn't have trample, I think I like that block, but since it did...
Black Iron Bars, good to see you.
Useless. The old Draga Warcolor for no value.
But this is interesting.
Huh.
So, this is a little bit outside of what you would normally see here.
Yeah, this is an Elves deck after my own heart, because I love this card.
2 1-mana cards going here. Bogles.
Daybreak Coronet. Oh, it's Core Spirit Dancer, which is also pretty good.
Yeah. It ain't bad.
Yep.
So, I think that it's spelled Bogles. At this point, it's become Boggles. And this is a very defensive Elves player. I'm thrown off by it.
Yeah, I'm not sure I agree with these blocks. Or at the very least,
It makes me wonder,
very aggressive.
because the question at that point becomes, what's Wayland's kind of
Yeah,
game plan?
like where's he going?
Right. Interesting. Just call it hexproof. I mean, that's also a very reasonable one. But
where's then we can't argue, and that's the best thing to do with Magic players is argue.
Boogles. You can call it boogles.
The boogly booglies.
The boogles. Oogly boogly. Oh, man.
We are such nerds.
Oh, come on. No, we're not.
There's the Daybreak Coronet. That's a pretty good one, and he gets to draw a card off the Core Spirit Dancer.
Gets into a land.
I think he played a Razorwitch Thicket for the turn, though, so...
Yeah. But we're still in a position in which we're swinging for 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8.
Yep, with lifelink.
9. Sorry.
It has
Great
vigilance.
moogly boogly.
Thank you. Way to go, Kevin. He heard me. Right? Yeah.
Great moogly boogly.
He's just gonna concede.
It appears that way.
Okay.
Okay.
I get the... I guess that's fair. When you don't have any outs, you don't have any outs.
Wayland is looking for the sweet Back to Nature tech out of the sideboard for Back to Natures.
That's a good tech.
That's a great tech. I don't know if he actually has it, so don't put me on that every
Or
day.
just a lot of Rex Sages.
So many Rex Sages.
Yep.
All the Rex Sages.
Or just straight up Naturalize.
So, what we saw was a situation in which I think that Wayland, I don't think that Wayland has been at our shop a ton, and I think
That's
he
true.
might be getting a little bit into this modern format.
Yeah, and that's fair. I mean,
And
Elves is a fine one to start.
Super reasonable. One of the reasons why we have these weekly tournaments is so that, like, obviously not everything, like, you start, right?
Yeah.
So, this not entirely true, by the way. Wayland could be a modern player.
Yeah, he could.
I
yeah,
just
easily.
don't fully
Yeah,
recognize, like, it's not someone who I would consider, like, someone that I've seen
yeah
frequently
I have.
here.
This is the first time I've seen him in the store.
Yeah. So, nonetheless, we have a situation in which getting in, and I think part of it might be coming across this Boggles deck, at least from my perspective, what I saw was something to where he maybe wasn't fully familiar with what the Boggles deck is
Yeah,
trying to
and
do.
that's entirely reasonable.
And maybe trying to just adapt to the game plan, which was to maybe try and stem that loss early on.
Yeah.
But when you have a Daybreak Coronet come down, when you kind of know the game plan of the Boggles, which just builds such a critical mass.
Yep. Put it on a dude you can't target.
Exactly. So I think what we would want to see is maybe a reevaluation of what Wayland's game plan is going to be in this. And apparently Kevin's starting at 13. Nice. But
Someone just needs to play Triskaidekaphobia.
so if we see a situation like that, then we might see him maybe, especially being on the play, we might see him try and do that reevaluation of the game plan. Now, it is possible that he doesn't have a sideboard, because I don't think that we did see any sideboarding from Wayland.
That would not actually surprise me that much. He might just not have a sideboard for this matchup.
What was the most broken combo in Modern? What was?
It depends on what time frame you're looking at.
If you're looking ever, I think that would be the Infect, wouldn't it be?
Blazing Shoal's not...
Blazing-
I think if we're going all-time...
For Modern.
For Modern, that was, like, ever printed, I
Uh-huh.
think Hypergenesis?
But that wasn't in Modern ever.
I know, but that's what I mean, like, that's...
No, we're talking, like, what was the most one that was ever in Modern? I would say Blazing Infect.
Probably Blazing Shoal or the first Storm lists.
Okay, so a turn 1 Elvish Mystic from Wayland. Kevin going for a turn 1 Fetch Shock by the looks of it. Tells me that he's got the turn 1 play, which tells me he's got the Boggle with the Glade Cover Scout.
Yep.
Maybe
He doesn't have anything.
Maybe he's going to Path the Bird.
He could have a enchantment. He put it on his opponent's Elvish Mystic.
Flash Hulk was not in Modern.
Nope.
Black Dog. Storm, also a very reasonable contender. So is, actually, I want to say, like, Amulet combo. The deck is good.
It was good.
And it was much harder to hate out than the other ones.
Yeah, but I'm not sure if I'd call that the same
Level.
as, Blazing Shoal and,
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, a Glade Cover Scout for Kevin. Very powerful card. Let's go ahead and take a look at this. Just because that's what we can expect to be Kevin's entire game plan.
So, funny enough, Kevin has an elf playing against elves.
Interestingly enough, I suppose that's true.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
I'm not sure if Warren is actually playing Elvish Champion, but if he is, it's not gonna work out well for Wayland because it gives all elves Force Walk.
I'm not sure what's happening, but I feel like I might be getting messages from like way back when.
Yeah.
Or something. But the Alpha XY and Yamaha and Blanco, I'm not quite sure what that was. But apparently I'm starting some stuff.
I'm not sure what's going on.
I'm honestly not either. Maybe, I don't know. That feels like it's in the context of like, what's that one up in the middle? We can answer that.
Is a...
Oh, I'm totally spacing right now. Elf Warden. Dang it.
Essence Warden?
Thank you.
Yeah.
I was like, I know that, and now I don't.
And you have misspelled it.
Yes, I did.
ESSENC.
Oh, I know. I know.
So meanwhile, while that was happening, Kevin floated some mana through his Wooded Bastion.
Just like last time, but this time. The problem is that like I get on this keyboard and I like start typing while I'm looking at that, and it just my typing goes straight down. Oh, Meow Blanco. Good joke. Good joke.
Oh, nice.
What's wrong with Amulet? It was very, very good.
Ooh, Imperious Perfect.
What?
That's a good one.
What is this is so much more your deck than
Yes, it is. Ooh, bunch of Lords.
So
I can get behind this deck.
I think, and we're also seeing Waylon make the decision where he actually is getting much more proactive.
I think I like the attack. The only way you get punished for this is if he has Coronet.
Right. But even then, this gives you at least the method to race it. Now,
And I think you can actually race pretty well.
Decently, right? Like, I don't know.
I like the attack. I like the aggressive
I like the
nature
attack.
of
I hesitate to say that you can really race well against the Coronet, but apparently we're gonna have to find out.
Yeah, I think so.
Oh,
Spirit
no.
Dancer? Okay, you can race it. You can race this.
You can definitely race a Spirit Dancer. That becomes rougher though.
Okay, that's
We've
a little
got
bit
1, 2, 3,
annoying.
4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 8. Is that
What,
8?
3,
Is
6,
that a Spider Umbra, right?
7, 8? Yeah, I think it's 8.
I think that's 8.
Yeah.
So we could see actually. I definitely don't want to say that it's completely gone because Waylon has the ability to block. So if we see Waylon not block here, get an aggressive swing in, and then we see something like just holding back 1 or 2 blockers to make sure.
I mean, all you have to do is just not attack with the Imperious Perfect and use its ability to make a dude.
You're absolutely correct.
And then you actually gain a life in that scenario.
Mm-hmm.
Nykthos off the top's a good one.
Interestingly enough, I don't think that Waylon gained his life off of Kevin's core of spirit.
That's unfortunate.
Yeah.
There's another Imperious Perfect.
Even better.
That's a pretty good one.
That's 9, and you can just block with one of those and have the win on the next turn, especially if you end up going even more. This is actually...
Ooh, I like
got
this.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. So that's... If Kevin doesn't block, he's at 1.
And
if he does
blocks,
block, he loses...
the Spirit Dancer's dead.
Exactly. Ooh, I love this.
I like this attack. This attack is why I play Elves. Just send all your dudes into the red zone, make them do the math.
I mean, when the combat math gets tricky, you just say, you know what, I'll swing at the team.
Yep.
And see what happens. See what shakes out.
Yep. That reminds me of a game I played at the last Vancouver. It was I'm just gonna attack. I'm gonna let you figure out combat math.
Beautiful.
Yep.
Gotta love sealed.
Yep. I think Kevin's drawn another land.
And Kevin went to 1.
Ooh.
So now, as long as he doesn't have a way to give trample, Waylon's looking at the...
Slippery Boggle does not give trample.
Nope. Okay. And actually, interestingly enough, picking up the cards.
Nice. Way to go.
Leto, thank you so much for joining. We appreciate your patronage and your companionship and just you being a part of the stream. It means a lot to us. And to anybody else who's hanging out in there, you guys are amazing.
Yeah. Yes, definitely.
Goblib Guy. What a great name. Goblib Guy. Goblib Guy. Thank you so much. Welcome. I don't think that I recognize you, and I apologize if I should, but it's awesome having you. I hope that you are enjoying the stream. If you haven't yet, and this goes to anybody who's on the brand new side or is on the fence, always feel free to hit that follow button. It means a lot to us personally.
Very slick move there.
This?
Yes.
Thank you.
Yeah.
And it does mean a lot to us, and we are working on building this over time. I think we're hoping on maybe getting a Twitch partnership by the end of the year is my little personal goal.
Hopefully.
I've already kind of surpassed my you know what, one of like my New Year's goals, my New Year's resolutions was 1 to get over 1,000 followers. We got that. Hey, thanks, Goblin Guy. And 2 was to get over 500 in a stream.
Mm-hmm.
And I've already kind of gotten both of those, which I need more goals. And so the new one has been to basically Rub Tiki Tum. What a great name. This is fantastic. Thoughts on Emrakul and Innistrad? At this point, we talked about it a little bit last time.
Mm-hmm.
At this point, I'd be okay with it. They've done it well enough that I'd be okay with it, and it's looking likely. Where are we located? You've been to Card Kingdom and Mox Boarding House. We are about 45 minutes to an hour north of the boarding house. We are in Snohomish, Washington, which is just east of Everett, at a shop called Geek Fortress. Always feel free to come in and play with us. That'd be super cool, and I'd love the opportunity to meet you.
Be awesome.
Okay. Okay.
I will take you up on that offer, Gideon. Has to be modern, though.
Gideon, here's a goal for you. Beat you in a game of standard or modern? Done. Modern. Let's do it.
Let's go.
Do I think that Cord or Lead the Stampede should be in Elves? Depends on the mentality of the Sphinx Revelation. You were a popular card for a bit.
Yeah. Hopefully we'll draw a lot of cards.
Do I think that Cord or Lead the Stampede should be in Elves?
I think it's two different ways to play Elves.
If you're looking at the version which you're trying to go for the Shaman of the Pack, I kind of like Lead the Stampede.
It's funny because I actually like Cord in those matchups.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah, I like Cord because that way you can Cord for Shaman better.
Mm-hmm.
But I like Lead the Stampede in the a lot of Lords strategy.
Okay. David Byer, I look forward to it. Now, we have the Sylvana
Ledgewalker. Or Silhana Ledgewalker.
Silhana Ledgewalker.
There we go.
Hexproof and the pseudo flying, where it can't block flyers, but it also can't be blocked except by flyers.
Yep. And Imperia's perfect on 3, so the Lord strategy is working out really well.
Yeah, and with Kevin not having that ideal, like turn 1 Boggle, turn 2 enchantments, he's at a slower start here.
Yeah, this is not bad.
Good to see you, Alex. Good to see you. At least you get that joke. I don't. So.
I watch a lot of stuff.
Jumping. That's a reasonable name for it.
Oh, yeah, that's actually, I like that. That's a pretty good one.
And it gets pumped. Is it?
Will not.
It's other elf creatures you control.
There's only one in this format that will pump all elves, and I don't think he's playing Elf Champion.
Core Spirit Dancer into the Hyena Umbra. Gonna be able to draw a card off of that.
Mm-hmm. And give him First Strike and Totem Armor, which, by the way, one of the weirdest abilities in Modern.
It's an unusual one. I don't want to say it's one of the weirdest, but Haunt is probably weirder.
Yeah, I mean, one of.
Yeah. Viewbot, it's been a while since we've gotten to see you. Welcome back. It's great to have you.
It's 2 damage, all in all. I'd take that too.
I would too.
Especially since you can't block.
It's 18 all. If we see another Lord here, this is going to start getting some pretty overwhelming board presence.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
And you can actually attack pretty safely. Because I don't really see a world where... Ooh, a Rexage is a good one. Even if I think it might have been a little too early. I think you want to save that Rexage for...
Actually, I kind of like this because it makes sure that he can't cast Daybreak Coronet on it.
That's fair, but I think I would have... if he was going to play a Coronet next turn, I think I would have wanted to hit the Coronet.
Okay, that's reasonable.
I think either one is fine. I think I would have maybe waited the turn.
Yep. Goblin Guy, you're always welcome in our meta. We do this on Wednesdays and Saturdays. Wednesdays at 7, Saturdays at 6, and our meta tends to be all kinds of odd.
It's
fairly diverse, and it's
really cool. And Flinching Courage is a really good one.
That's a really great card right now. It's not incredible. It's still only 3.
But it's lifelink.
But it's lifelink.
And lifelink is one of the best ways to win a race.
Uh-huh. Tamia Umbra with an Archive Trap, it's possible. Nice.
Yes.
Oh.
What you're looking for is yes.
Sorry. I went off of what I was given.
Oh, sorry. I guess I misspelled.
I apologize, and I can fix that.
I think that's my bad.
Frosty, thank you so much. Okay.
It looks like he's going to search for the basic forest, which leads me to believe he probably has either Spider Umbra or Rancor.
If you turn 3 Batterskull, we were just talking about you. Thanks for joining. It's awesome having you. Your ears must have been burning.
Don't laugh, it works. That is accurate. Okay, Spider Umbra. Now it's an attack for 4, which is a lot better than 3.
Thanks, champ.
No problem. Numbers. They do work.
Oh, man. The numbers. I have them.
Yep.
No, he does have... I mean, but... Waylon's got 5 coming down, right?
Yeah.
Is that's correct, yeah.
Yeah, he's going to attack for 5 and probably make another guy.
Jake Nesnek, to brew around that one, take a look at the Wargate list that we have. It's got 1 Meddling Mage in the sideboard. You got to really know your meta for it.
Yep. Also, Cataxian Probe is a really good card to include in that.
Yes. Glissa the Trader, it's been so long. Thank you so much for joining us. It's been a while since I've gotten to see it. Hey, look at that. We're at 160 here in round 3. Thank you to everybody joining. It's awesome having you all.
Say we should have tokens.
Okay.
I think we have elf tokens, right?
You know what? It's possible that we don't have elf tokens. I think we do, but it's possible. It's possible. And I feel bad about that. I apologize. Ooh, I'm the worst. Like a bratwurst.
I'll allow it.
It makes sense.
That probably works.
What do I think about Scythe Tiger in Boggles? The card is dangerous to play with.
I don't like sacking a land.
Because it destroys your tempo, and that's a deck where you really want your tempo.
Yeah, and someone bumped the table.
But they actually, it went back.
Hey.
So...
Speaking of destroying tempo, destroyed the tempo of the match, right? Right?
Oh, also, the Shroud on Scythe Tiger means that you really...
Oh, yeah. Shroud is not hexproof.
Yeah, which means that you can't actually target it yourself.
Mm-hmm.
Which is also difficult.
Yeah, I wouldn't... Not very good. So, Waylon not actually having any plays is very interesting to see, and I'm not quite sure what that would entail.
I mean, he's got the ability to block right now. It's not going to be super effective.
He does not have the ability to block.
Oh, because it has jump.
Yeah, it jumps. And there's the Coronet.
So game 3 is really looking like it's in Kevin's favor. Because we're looking at 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 now.
With Vigilance.
Going back up to 22 with Vigilance, with Lifelink. And that means it can block again on one of these creatures. Ooh.
So what does he have?
No.
Okay.
I mean, if we see a Rex Sage, actually... Did we just fog?
I think that's a fog.
Did we just fog?
Straight up fog.
Beautiful! Can I pull up Unflinching Courage? Yes, I can. Oh my goodness. Talita 1572, yes, I can. 3 mana enchant creature. Enchanted creature gets +2, and has trample and lifelink. Doesn't have the ability to go for that one, but it's a decent swing. We're gonna block the
and basically end up not actually.
You end up almost at parity? No, you end up losing a little bit.
I think you end up losing about 2 life.
I think it's a bit more than that, because there's 2 lords out.
I end up losing 4 life.
Still, not bad.
Yeah, not bad.
Oh man, I forgot it was Oh man, beautiful.
Chevy Man, it is actually not the same card as Armadillo Cloak, because Armadillo Cloak is worded very oddly.
You can put it on someone else's creature and gain that life.
Also, it does not actually say lifelink, so you can have multiple instances of Armadillo Cloak and gain multiple instances of that life.
Right, and that's also why because lifelink, it cares that the creature is hitting, not particularly who controls the creature.
Yeah, it's very interesting.
Oh man, this is... So we saw the fog. Unfortunately, it's only going to buy a mild amount of time.
Alright, one more time. Have another fog.
Oh,
and then into Rex Age.
Oh, yes. Oh, yes. Oh, dear.
Oh, no. Oh, Lord. Oh, come on. Yeah.
Yes? Yes! Did we just...
It's a second fog.
We just got fogged again!
Oh, I just had a billion lands. Oh, that's unfortunate.
Still! Second fog! Yes! And they're just now seeing it! It's happening!
Yeah, we got lost in the woods there for a little bit.
Oh my goodness. This is fantastic.
You just gotta forget about it.
Forget about it. Let's head back up to the booth and try and get another match. It's gonna be a good time. We'll see you there. Double fog! Love it. This is exciting. I get excited about the game. Hello to everybody for joining. It's amazing to have you. We're at about 170 people here in round 3 of 4. Don't worry, stick around. Coleman, my fantastic co-host, is currently working on getting us another match up for you all, which I am very excited about. It's going to be a good time. I'm so thrilled. And it's always... I like playing Modern. It's so fun watching Modern. I get to do this twice a week. If you're brand new, will fog be the next background? No, but I can change the background if you'd like to something somewhat crispy like Dylan. Thank you so much for following. I have to assume that you might know that our store owner is named Dylan. If so, let me know. That is hilarious. Oh my goodness. The Quest Cats. Man, that is beautiful. So, just had a good time with that one, and I am just thrilled. So, welcome. My name's TJ, and we're streaming from a shop called Geek Fortress. It's in Snohomish, Washington, Pacific Northwest. Let me know where you're watching from. I do this a whole lot, but I'm always really surprised by the answers. I know that we have someone in there, the Goblin. I keep wanting to call them Goblin Guide, but it's the Goblin Guy. Let me know where you're watching from. It's very cool. Do we have that Boggles list? We do not. However, we might be able to get it. I imagine that it's a fairly stock list, but it's certainly something that we can request. Can you request a picture of Snapcaster Mage flashing back a lightning bolt as the background? Michigan. Do not know the store owner or your store in general. Oh yes, he's got a great first name and he's a good guy, but our store owner's name is Dylan, and so I thought that you were somehow referencing that one. JJ Ness, thanks for returning. Favorite card in the Modern chat? I mean, mine is Lightning Bolt, personally. Oh, thanks for watching it. But so here's the problem. Maybe we can get a Snapcaster flashing back a Lightning Bolt. We try to actually go with backgrounds that don't have a huge focal piece on it, however, so that it can be a little bit more just as a background instead of being distracting. That being said, a Snapcaster flashing back a Lightning Bolt might be pretty awesome. From Dallas, from Ford. That's awesome. Thank you so much. We've got Wi-Fi Battles watching from Michigan, and if I remember right, you did say that you found us from... You found us from the Reddit post. Now, I'd be curious, did anybody else who is in the chat right now find us from one of those most recent Reddit posts done by the amazing viewer by the name of Pidgeoff? And beautiful.
Yeah.
So, we have got Mason on the left on Nyazu, going up against
Ryan.
I'm spacing his last name right now.
G.
Grande, yeah, and what's he on?
He's on Mill.
Esper Mill.
Yep.
Esper Mill.
I just heard that Mason triggered something off a clue token.
Oh my god, it's Connor. Did he... Okay. I don't believe that. He was talking about this earlier. Did he take game 1? What game of the game?
Who won game 1? What game are you guys going to? 3.
Long Beach, California. Very exciting. I like that one. I was born in California, so I like going from there. If I could play red or artifacts, what deck would I choose? I mean, if I have to pick, I usually go red, but we shall see. Hey, Ford, that is super cool. Whoever your friend is, we owe them a thank you. Let's head on down, have some fun, but seriously, thank that friend for us. It means a lot.
Yeah.
See you there.
Peace.
So, are you telling me...
Oh,
because I heard him talking about
Ryan
this...
gets started 120? That's not fair.
Wow. That's a big life total. Are you telling me that Mason, who earlier today told me about a time that he was able to activate a clue token to get the bonfire miracle trigger.
Yep.
And you're telling me that he's claiming to have done it in the previous game?
He's saying that he's done it this tournament. He did not tell me what game.
Interesting. I'll be curious to see if that's true.
Yeah. I hope it's true.
As far as Mill being viable right now?
If Mason continues his streak of mulliganing. Hopefully not.
Man. Library count? Good call. Good call. So we've got the 7 right now. Thank you for reminding me now.
Right now, 53. Let's see if Mason keeps a 7.
And we can do this. Tevin, you're the best. Thanks
There
for the
you
quick
go.
reminder there.
Hey, he kept a 7.
So we are about
We're
to go
good.
to 52. I'm going to put you on the play-by-play since I'm going to be catching up with a lot of stuff.
Perfect. So we've got a shock from Ryan, going to play Jace's Phantasm off of a Hello Fountain. And then Mason's going to crack a fetch.
Which is going to put him down to 51 cards.
Yep. And I would imagine he's going to shock himself. Probably going to play a Wild Nacatl or maybe a Grim Lavamancer.
Mm-hmm.
Which Grim Lavamancer matches up pretty well against Jace's Phantasm since it can start removing cards.
Yes, it does.
Or possibly we might see a Curt 8. I'm not sure. It could be any one of those plays.
That's true. He could have sideboarded in. I doubt that he did, but we're going to operate under the assumption I'm going to have a lot of buttons to push as we go through, which means that I might miss some stuff, which is why Coleman is going to be so critical for this game.
Yes, I am. It's going to be great.
And it looks like we're leading off with the Wild Nacatl. The 2-2. It's a solid clock.
It's perfectly fine, especially against your opponent's 1-1 for now.
Mm-hmm. We do have a Hadron Crab. Crabe?
Crabe.
Crab.
Crabe.
Hadron Crab.
Hadron Crabe.
And it looks like we might be going for that one, followed by the land for the turn. So none of the huge mill effects happening this turn.
I mean, this is perfectly fine.
Yeah, so we're going to go down to 48, actually.
Oh, look at that. Milling 2 Wild Nacatls.
That's quite the Nacatl hand. And if he goes for the fetch, then we're actually going to be down to 45. 44 once we get into Mason's draw.
That's true. After all, you always have to worry about your library when you're playing against Mill.
Absolutely.
Looks like Mason has a voice in his hand. That's interesting.
That is a very interesting choice. Ryan currently looks like to be going through some decision making. Whether he wants to go for something now or later, I suppose.
I think he's wondering if he can afford to shock himself.
That's a reasonable point.
Since your opponent led on a Wild Nacatl, which is one of the most aggressive creatures in the format.
And you just are aware of what you're up against, right?
Yeah.
You know that it's Zoo.
Yep. And you always have to wonder, is he going to draw the bonfire?
Of course you have to wonder that.
Yep.
We got 3 cards, 2 lands, and a lightning bolt getting shipped to the yard.
And 44 cards left. I think he drew a Lavamancer?
That's not a bad way to go about it.
Yep.
Also,
He does have the basic plane, so this will be a 3-3.
the only problem is that the Lavamancer isn't going to, actually, it might be able to kill this Jace's Phantasm.
Yeah, I think it'll be just in time.
Depends on what Ryan is able to do. Because if Ryan does have one of these mill effects in hand or draws into one, then it's going to be significantly better.
Yep.
But it will act as a nice little bit of reach down the line. When these creatures become larger, Mason is going to be able to attack as much, and it'll provide a nice amount of reach. And just throws the block in front of it.
Hey, that's perfect. That means that you basically prevented more than 2 or 3 mill cards. Well, that's a card that Ryan drew there. I haven't seen that in a long time.
Is that Rest for the Weary?
That is Rest for the Weary.
So that is the Landfall. It's a 2-mana spell.
It's a 2-mana spell. It says you gain 4 life.
But
If you have Landfall,
you gain 8.
Yeah.
That's pretty good.
It's what I've heard it described as the white...
Feed the Clan?
Yeah.
Yeah. And it's almost
Except the
interesting.
Ferocious is a lot easier to turn
So
on.
we draw 3 cards there.
Draw 1 card.
Oh, you're right.
One
It is
card.
just draw 1 card. Casting a couple of cantrips with Visions of Beyond doesn't have quite enough yet.
Storm count is currently 2.
Storm count is 2.
It does not have Brain Freeze, so don't worry about that.
And we're at 43 cards in hand.
Library.
Sorry, in library. His hand would be huge.
You wonder why he hasn't discarded yet.
And it looks like we are going for that now. Nice.
I also like exiling the creatures because Ryan
Crypt
is
Incursion.
playing Crypt Incursion, which is a real card.
It's brilliant, actually. That's
It is a very, very good...
that's a heads up play by
That
me.
is a very heads-up play.
Okay, so hasn't done a whole lot with his turn. Otherwise, didn't play down a third land, so a little bit light on the drops.
But neither did Ryan.
Neither did
So that is a little unfortunate. And another Jace's Phantasm.
I bet I can tell you how this is going to go.
I think it might end up similar to last turn. Possibly.
Just like last
Just
time.
maybe.
But this time.
Yeah, Mason draws a card, and he draws a Curt Ape. Unfortunately, his mana's not cooperating with him.
No, and he's currently at 42 cards in the library.
Yep.
Dude, putting up a pretty good, like, you have to think that it's probably usually when you get around 30 to 25 cards that I start getting worried against a mill deck. Like, you start thinking, man, there's only a couple of cards that they need to cast, and I'm in trouble. And he's in a safe spot right now.
Yeah, this is perfect. Your opponent's missed multiple land drops, and you've got an aggressive combat.
Mm-hmm.
This is more than fine.
I mean, a Path to Exile from Ryan, it only serves to, like, start getting you into, that's an Ancient Grudge, probably for the Mesmeric Orb.
Yep.
But a swing for 3 still has 2 damage available, and...
Goes to 8?
Ooh. I think Mason's just going to take this game 3.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, there's certainly cards that are going to change this up.
He's just discarding?
Oh, because he has to, because he has been missing land drops, and he's doing so much hitting there.
It's interesting. I think I think I saw a Curt Ape, so I think it'll... Granted, I don't know if keeping the Curt Ape, or not playing the Curt Ape is basically the same thing.
Possibly trying to play around a bit. I actually can definitely get behind pulling out the Curt Ape.
Yeah.
Just because I think...
You lose the damage in the immediate, but
actually...
you gain the damage in the long run.
Never mind, you have a 2-turn clock regardless.
I guess that's
through
fair.
this Grim Lavamancer. So actually, I kind of like Mason's play here by holding those cards in hand, making sure that if some answer's drawn up, you can address it later.
Yeah.
And right now, this Grim Lavamancer is doing all that you need. Granted,
that's
he hits the land drop.
It's unfortunate because Mason has 2 Atarkus commands in his hand, but he can't actually cast them.
That's unfortunate.
Yeah.
So we're going back up to 16. Again, not a huge problem, actually.
He has repeatable damage on the board, so it's not as good as it would be against Burn.
Exactly. And that's one of the reasons why you see these Zoo decks. Like, one of the reasons why they can be favored is because your Bolt is repeatable.
Yeah.
It's a little bit weaker to creature-based decks or ones that do a lot of board control because they can either put, like, say, a Siege Rhino that will go to a Wild Nacatl all day, or Lightning Bolt is much more effective against this Wild Nacatl than it would be against, an Eidolon, for instance.
And Mason drawing a very not the land he wants in Firelit Thicket.
Not at all the land that he wants.
So, but it is a land, so that's something to be worried about, and I think...
But, you consider that Ryan's about to go down to 10.
Yeah.
And then he'll be down to 8. I mean, we're still looking at a pretty short clock from this Zoo deck.
Yeah, and I think I would just want to keep playing my threats because the way the math or the way that his mana works right now, he can't hold up Lavamancer and cast a Atarkus command.
Yeah, and actually we could have gone for something like play out the Curt Ape and activate the Grim Lavamancer there. If you just want to establish
maybe
a board presence.
the Flint Hoof Boar and because I think he has a Flint Hoof Boar.
A Flint Hoof Boar.
And activate the Lavamancer.
Yeah, also a very reasonable play to just, you get a 3/3 on the board, you deal 2 damage, you don't have anything else to do with it. You probably don't need to worry about the Atarkus command as much, but also just having a Flint Hoof Boar and a Wild Nacatl, Atarkus command looks pretty good.
Yeah, and also, funny enough, this Lavamancer is running out of fuel against the mill deck. He's only got 2 cards in his graveyard.
But, I mean, is that really losing, or is that a sign that you're winning?
I'm not sure. It's just kind of interesting that the Lavamancer, who, is exiling cards from a graveyard, is actually running out of cards on a graveyard exile.
Yeah, that's true. Blighted Agent, that's awesome.
That's awesome. Everyone should be Crane Griffey Jr.
He was my... Man, I used to pay close attention to the Mariners, and it was during those days.
Some people still do.
Mind Funeral.
Okay.
Turns out the Grim Lavamancer still got fuel.
Yep, turns out you can negate everything I just said.
So 4 lands.
Yep.
I'd love to... Wait. Quick guess. Go.
14.
Okay, I'm going to say 11.
1.
Okay, ooh, you're looking good now.
Wow, this is a great middle, too.
13.
Oh, with Bo is a good one, too.
14. Was that 15?
I was off by 1.
Oh my, and we're actually down to 25 cards in hand, I think.
26, right?
I think I missed one of his draws.
Oh, okay.
I think he's at 25 cards in hand. That was quite, that was a good mill.
Yeah, that's not bad. Put you to 7.
Rogue Malfurion, no giveaway tonight, unfortunately. Or is there?
I think Ryan might actually just be dead here. Because he
not.
can...
Atarkus command?
He can Atarkus command. Put you to 4 and then kill you.
Yep.
Okay, yep.
And we get the win there. But hey, we've still got 10 minutes left in this round. And I don't know. Let's not get
I'm not going to get too ahead of myself here.
But it means that we might have another match.
Yeah.
Which means that we're going to head back up to the booth and Coleman's going to take a look for us. Stick around and I'll say hi. Hello everybody, and thank you for joining. My name is TJ Coleman, my co-host of the evening. Me kicking the table a little bit to make the camera a little bit shaky. We're at almost 200 people tonight, and I can't thank each and every one of you enough. If you are brand new, always feel free to say hello. I'd love to welcome you. Is it possible to have Ryan's deck list? Let me see what I can do. Hey Ryan, can you send me that deck list? Can you send me that deck list? Thanks, man. Either if you want to send it to the Geek Fortress page, or Mason can give you my number if he's willing to. Pretty much however it works. Cool. Are you willing to give him my number? Yeah. Excellent. Esper Mildeck is coming. Got it. Okay. What else have we got? Oh man, is that entirely upside down? My goodness. Well, I played the second Phantasm. Again, I'm not quite sure what that is. Oh, why play the second Phantasm? Honestly, I think it's because he didn't have much else to do. And possibly just it's damage that isn't going to his face. Would be my assumption. Man, I actually am kind of curious as to what this says. Hold on. Hi, David, say hi. Okay. Okay, and there we
could you
gotcha.
please be a little serious and stop the spamming?
My goodness. Oh, man. Also,
Okay.
David's hair is different.
Oh yeah, I have hair.
This is not Coleman. This is David. David
Yo.
is the man, the myth, the legend, who is behind basically everything that isn't me on stream. So the entire layout is your work.
I'm working on building a 3D render of you
Really?
to replace you. Yeah.
That's actually really useful. That'll give me some free days.
Yeah. There you go. My hair looks like greenish on here.
I like it. I like it. If it was red, it'd be better.
There we go.
You owe me one? That sounds awesome. Why do you owe me one? And I accept. I don't know. Oh, because I've got the deck list. That makes sense.
Oh, how's it going? I'm Coleman.
Oh, you are?
Yeah.
Oh, how does it feel?
It feels
You're a perpetual Super Saiyan.
feels like I'm really good at taking turns.
Good. That's what it should feel like.
Yeah, I'm 3-1 on Adnos.
Oh, man.
They're asking for the fog background.
The fog background?
Oh, maybe one day. Maybe we can get fog. We saw a double fog. It was, hey, Hart, what's your record with Ad Nauseam today?
3-1.
Ooh.
Yep. So we'll see what
nice.
happens.
Wait, wouldn't you be 2-1?
Yeah, 2-1, not 3-1.
Sorry, 2-1.
There
That's
you
the
go.
one.
Okay.
I'm getting ready for the next matchup.
Look at this guy over here.
Look at that. Presumptuous.
Look at this guy who went all Super Saiyan.
Need to get some like wind or a fan or something here to shoot my hair up.
There's a fan right outside the
That's
door.
true.
Literally
Pull that
right
out.
here.
One of these days, it'll just blow everything around in here. But nonetheless, as always, when you get on stream, we gotta say thank you so much, David, for all the hard work that you do and all the very cool things that you do.
Thank you.
It's awesome.
I should probably take those cards at some point.
You probably should. I'm gonna
Yeah.
hand them to you now.
That sounds like a good idea. We might, for those who are not in the know.
TJ, I'm gonna let you hold this. I have to go to the bathroom.
Okay. Sounds good.
We opened up a sealed, revised
Starter deck?
starter deck, and this guy opened that.
Yeah.
We got 500 views. I talked with the hairdresser about bleaching the beard, and well, it's just not gonna last long.
You shave too often.
I do.
So
Yeah.
that's the problem. Either way, it kind of makes me reminds me of The Watchmen.
Watch The Watchmen.
Like Ozymandias
Gotcha.
yeah.
Hmm.
I dig it. We need to get you a helm.
A helm?
Yes, a helm.
Why do I need a helm?
Something so that that way Professor X can't get inside your head.
Oh, okay. There we go.
It makes sense if you really don't think about it whatsoever. Nonetheless, thanks to everybody. Joe still working on that playmat, I believe. We should. Wow, that's weird. But I believe Joe is still working on the playmat that we made as part of the giveaway.
Did you steal my Fortuner so I couldn't use them against you?
Absolutely, I did.
It's transparent. Anyway, I am out.
Okay, see ya.
David has to bribe people not liking him. Yep, that's true.
I mean, not really. We like David. David's awesome. Pretty much we have to bribe David just so that he'll do also so many cool things for us. So that was David, everybody. David's awesome. We'll have to get him on stream again. In the meantime, oh man, so much happening, so many cool things, and we're streaming a lot. No giveaway today, unfortunately. We did do a playmat last Wednesday. We did this amazing. Anybody who's in the chat right now, if you can confirm, please do. That sweet Magic the Gathering plaque that we had that was made by one of our viewers. I'm actually
Now I'm safe to come.
I'm actually working on getting one that just says Red Deck Wins with the red mana symbol from them. I'm super excited. Yeah, it's
You
gonna.
would be super
I'm
excited.
gonna put it on my mantle. It's gonna be glorious. When people say, "What's that?" I'm gonna say it's a self-portrait.
Wouldn't that just be a lightning bolt?
Maybe, but I really thought that it was awesome. Was it not?
It was really.
It was very cool. I also have thought about in the future trying to get a Tybalt silhouette. Yeah. They do really good work.
Well,
They do.
He is the best dressed.
He's the best dressed walker in the multiverse, and just looking at their work, it's amazing.
That's true.
So I am all about it. Anyway, any chance that we have another match, or are we waiting for the finals?
We are waiting for the finals.
And it looks like, from the commotion that I'm hearing, it sounds like we might be about to get into it.
Yes.
Siryu, I do owe a giveaway. I do owe a sweet giveaway. Lord of the Pit, I've got great news. The reason why I had not eaten my Tybalt is because, for reasons that I haven't revealed yet, I can't eat any of the ones that I have that aren't foil. And then the ones that I had other than that were all foreign, and I didn't want to eat those. But just today, I can hold it in front of you. In fact, I
There we
obtained
go.
an English non-promo Tybalt that has not had something done to it that I have not revealed on large yet. I'm still waiting to get a bunch of free internet points for that.
Yeah, I figured.
So you are looking at my delicious meal.
Mm-hmm.
TJ does Tybalt cosplay for Halloween? That
We've
sounds
already
kind of fun.
We've got something lined up for Halloween.
Oh, don't tell me that Raul Zarek is the best
Is there a
dressed.
preference for who goes to the stream?
Not true.
What's the finals?
What are the finals?
What?
You know what the finals are?
When am I going to
Uh,
get Judge Foils?
Okay.
When am I going to get Judge Foils? Brando, welcome back. I am actually likely not going to get Judge Foils for my deck. I don't really play foils. I just play functional cards. Please share card. It's a Tybalt, I guess. You look like the guitarist of Mastodon, Brett Hines.
I'm going to take that as a compliment.
You should. He's
Cool.
he's a guitarist, not a bass player.
From Mastodon, I gather.
Which is kind of like an elephant.
So the undefeated pairing is Gun versus Burn.
Yes.
Okay.
That way we
Okay.
can get other stuff. And then we get that's Peter, right?
I assume it's Peter.
That means that we get to have Peter back on camera. Someone wanted that one. We
Yep.
get the all foil gemmed up.
I think it's Josh on Bird.
Of course it's Josh on Burn. I was just testing again. What we did basically before this entire modern stream, we had a spare little bit of time, and all we did was play the post board Burn Mirror for like 10 games. Nah, it was probably closer to like 6 or 7. Six.
Gunner, that is not the only blue-red planeswalker. You have Dak Faden, the greatest thief in the multiverse.
The greatest thief in the multiverse.
He keeps stealing all your match wins.
Time
From
for
your
Peter.
opponent.
Yes, we are going to get Peter on camera. Wow, 176 views. I agree. I'm very thrilled, especially considering some of the things that we're going up against today. I'm very pleased to have what we do. We're doing quite well. Thank you, everybody, for choosing Geek Fortress as your 4 times a week stream. Have you tried Troll... Wait, hold on. It's Coleman.
How did I troll that? I genuinely play the deck seriously.
He even plays it extremely well.
Yeah.
You're a Jack-in-the-Box... That's beautiful. Is that your competitor just messaged us on Twitch?
What?
Is Peter your opponent?
Okay.
He just messaged us on Twitch. He'll be here shortly.
You said he'll be there shortly. He's a Jack in the Box. Hold on. Peter, you should buy me a cheeseburger.
If you're still ordering. That is fantastic. Oh, man. So... Beautiful. Beautiful. Alright, we gotta talk about this matchup, which means I gotta close the door so that Josh doesn't get information. So, as we're getting ready, we've got Burned versus Judd. Obviously, you gotta walk into this one thinking... Oh, wait, no! Peter's
can't
in
say
here!
anything
Peter's
yet.
in here!
I'm opening the door back up for a second.
Open the door back up! That's hilarious!
You know, of all the things I expected to happen tonight, this was not one of them.
No. This is the best way to go about it. Hello to everybody. Thanks for just dealing with us. We have all kinds of fun here, and hopefully it's a good time. Nicobolus also blue-red.
Yeah, it kind of counts.
It totally counts.
I mean, technically every red planeswalker is blue when there's a painter servant in play. It's just blue-red.
You're not wrong.
Your genre's a blue-red planeswalker when there's a painter servant on blue in play.
Anyway, so here's the thing. I have to ask you all, and now it's time for I'm not gonna have a real opportunity through this and having to sleep, and then tomorrow I've got a night meeting for work, and then Friday we're doing the Legacy stream, and then Saturday we're doing the Modern stream. Basically, I stream a lot, and it turns out that I don't eat much dinner. So, this is going to be going into my belly. This particular one. It has been decided.
Yep.
I didn't tell you. I know that you were just gifted to me, and I'm sorry to tell you this, but you're going to go to a greater cause, which is this stream.
Yeah,
Say hi, everybody.
Yeah, he's talking to the card.
Wave at them. Wave at them. I know that your time with them will be short, but it will be sweet, and they will appreciate you. Yeah.
Peter, where's my cheeseburger?
So Peter is back, and we're going to get that ready. Nonetheless, here's the question. Do I go
I was completely serious about the cheeseburger. I'm hungry.
So the question being, do I go to the effort of putting on like a little show of eating the Tibble? Do I make a scene out of it, right?
I think you like put it in like a cheese grater so that you could sprinkle it all over the meal and then have like...
But the problem is that I won't have a dinner for some time, right?
Oh, that's fair.
So I agree that I'm not pleased about eating a Tybalt, FM Joshua. I have got I now have 92 Tybalts.
He's not lying. He actually has that many Tybalts.
I have got 92 Tybalts. I love Tybalt, but early on in the stream I made a mistake. And that mistake was promising to eat a Tybalt if we got over 500 viewers. At least I will be someone who sticks to their word, if nothing else. But it will be sad. But the question is, do I eat it with little ceremony, or does it get delayed a tiny bit more for it to actually have like a nice dinner to pair it with?
Well, I mean, if we're all cards on the table, I still haven't filmed the video yet, so...
Let's head on down and have some fun.
Yeah.
See you there. But I agree, and it's good to see someone else who appreciates Tybalts.
Yeah, we are just on camera all day.
We are on camera all... Oh, dang it. I forgot to hit save.
It's the lack of food. I thought Peter would be generous.
Absolutely. So I have one vote for the eloquent dinner. Eloquent, maybe not the right word.
Now.
A well-spoken dinner is important. Tell someone that's showing up Saturday to bring me mashed potatoes.
Ooh, I like
an
mashed
awful
potatoes
idea.
is a good one.
I do love potatoes. Peter, starting off with a fetch into just a basic swamp Inquisition?
Inquisition.
Oh, that's as good of a start as you can get.
But This is not the worst hand to be Inquisitioned.
Wow. So we've got 2 Eidolons. Great card.
Yep.
I think you just take the Goblin Guide.
Well, it's the only one he can cast on turn 1, so...
Like, if you can disable him from his entire turn 1,
Mm-hmm.
I won't be doing it on camera.
Oh, he takes an Eidolon. Interesting.
Actually, I can totally get behind that because when we were doing some playtesting recently,
Okay.
and Eidolon is a house against Junt.
Oh, yeah. Well,
Like-
Eidolon's just a house, period.
But landing 2 of them, if you can get some early damage in and just make a difference, right? Especially if you're expecting this Goblin Guide to come down. If you can get a difference on board to where
That's what Goblin Guide does.
you're at 15, and even if they're at like 12, you're able to, by playing down a second Eidolon, the difference in that game means that every spell that Peter casts, you are likely already ahead on board
Yep.
just by having those Eidolons, and everything that Peter plays is just going to continue losing him the game.
So I didn't know you were playing Burn still.
Dang it! This is Josh.
I mean, he is playing your list, right?
He is not.
Oh.
We will be discussing this. He has mainboard Skullcracks. I do not.
Okay. He's doing his best to tilt me with the half upside down cards.
No, this is so that he knows what Peter saw.
Don't bring your reasonableness into this.
Sorry. But Josh does that as a trick so that he knows what cards his opponent saw.
I don't know.
So we see Josh going for, and I actually agree this, but Burn, you got to get the 3 colors. And
Yeah,
yes, it's
that's
painful to do it. You functionally start at 15 oftentimes. But I love Eidolon.
Yep, he's just spending the time in here so he can see what's in his opponent's hand.
You know
and
what?
Then he gets to go play.
I will tell you all what. I love playing, especially on camera. One of these days, I'll have to get back out there and actually compete a little bit. Why didn't TJ? Fair enough.
So this is actually kind of interesting. Do you attack with the Goblin Guide first, or do you play the Eidolon first?
You play the Eidolon first.
Even if you know...
Yeah.
Even if you just want the extra information?
Well, because this way, if the Eidolon is going to be removed, he at least doesn't get the potential land trigger.
Okay.
And if he's going to remove the Goblin Guide, he's going to remove the Goblin Guide. This means that you're... but I'm okay with playing this pre-combat.
Okay.
It eliminates, basically, if the Goblin Guide is going to die, Peter is no longer getting the advantage of the attack.
Okay, because I don't know. I kind of like playing it after the attack.
That's very reasonable, by the way.
Yeah.
And it's a very blurred line. It depends on how you're prioritizing it. Because if you really want to make sure that the Eidolon doesn't get removed,
Yeah.
you play it second main.
Yeah, that's. I just think Eidolon is just a really, really powerful card.
It is a very powerful card, and if you really want to ensure its survival, as opposed to making sure that you give him maybe a small advantage, then you could definitely change it. It's
Yeah.
something that comes down to just tiny percentage points, and I've done both.
Yeah, that's fair.
Depending on what my particular game plan was. But if I suspect combat tricks as opposed to just regular removal, then it's definitely a pre-combat. So
Peter's already at 10 due to the combination of damage and damage from his lands.
and this is with Peter. Peter has not established a board yet,
Nope.
and he's at 10.
I think the only creature he has in his hand is a Dark Confidant, which not very good against the burn deck.
Hey, Prismatrix, thank you. I appreciate that. You are saying kind words to me, and I'll be honest, I'm a bit of a sucker for that. Honesty is important, Coleman. Don't you judge me.
Hashtag judging.
Hashtag judging. Hashtag Judge Judy.
See, I've been doing this so long, it's stopped being a joke.
That's the problem.
I know, it's really lame.
You either live long enough to tell the joke, or wait, the joke dies before.
Either you die first or the joke does.
I don't know.
Something like that.
We'll have to come up with a time in which I'm not distracted by other things. In Modern, I play Affinity and Burn primarily. I also play Infect, Lantern Control, 8-Rack, Green-Red Titan Shift, and Blue-Red Delver. And pretty much anything else I can get my hands on.
Name the deck I've probably played it. That's not Tron. I'm just being, I'm being honest.
You main Obzon Company.
Yeah, Company is the deck I play the most. I've played Turns. I've played a lot of decks with basic island, actually, now that I'm thinking about it.
Yeah, you love islands.
Yeah, which is not something I would have thought about 3 months ago.
Yep. So the Skullcrack, we have an Atarka's Command, and we still have a Searing Blaze, which has not done a single thing. That's the reason why we're also seeing Josh kind of be a little bit more conservative with that Bloodstained Mire. There we go, Unkempt Thought. Thank you so much. It's something like you either stop telling the joke or just you become the joke.
Yeah.
You start being the person who just casually says the word lol. And
yeah, I am very proud of never said that word.
And suddenly things become fleek. Right? It's just you're so lost in Modern. You've been on Scapeship but not really into it. Well, tell us a little bit about what you like playing. And not so much what is it about this game that you enjoy casting? Let us know. We'll see if we can help you out. You either die the joke or live long enough to become the joke.
That's good.
That's great. Mm-hmm. Doro nailed it. Thanks for putting words in my mouth, but all in the best sort of way.
So Scavenging Ooze is actually a pretty good one.
Scavenging Ooze is a great one. An early activation of that, what we're looking at is especially if Peter waits. Mm-hmm. If Peter goes for it now, we're going to see Josh probably just go for a Skullcrack. And then in that case, Peter basically has to negate the life gain at all to be able to get an additional life gain. Whoops. Sorry.
No, we're just keeping track of how many cards in the library. That's clearly what it's going to come down to. The burn deck, it might get decked.
You never know.
I mean, I've decked the burn deck before. It was hard. Mm-hmm. But...
Okay, so we see the Atarka's Command. Now, probably choosing can't gain life and 3 damage. And I think it's just kind of drawing out this ability. Because now we might see something like the Searing Blaze now becomes an active card. Granted, actually, yeah, there's enough in there for it to also survive past it.
Yeah. That's one of the interesting things about maybe holding up or not actually casting anything. Mm-hmm. Because then he gets to take this out of Searing Blaze range, and he knows you have a Searing Blaze.
Det Dorm, when Hangerback enters the battlefield, he dies as soon as he touches the battlefield. Incorrect. If you pay 0 for it, then yes, it would die based on state-based actions. If you paid any amount of mana into it, then it would not, because it enters with those counters. Not when it enters, it gains the counters, in which case it would die, but it enters with them.
Yeah.
So we have 2 counters on it. Peter down to 8 after that. Josh sitting with a lot of tools to be able to go for the win here, and so few creatures that this Scavenging Ooze has lost a ton of value.
Yeah.
Now Josh, I like this. He's passing it back. He's got an Atarka's Command. He's got a Searing Blaze. He's got a Skullcrack. He's holding the win.
Yep.
Now all he needs to do is make sure that he doesn't give it away. Okay. 3 Force Gen-Tech.
2 Forced. There are 2 basic Force in the deck.
2 Forced.
This needs to... There we go.
Yep. Goes the...
He's doing. I assume he's doing that in response to the life gain.
But there's so... I guess. Because that's the last thing in there. So he can retarget it, and he'll still gain the life. And he'll go up to 9, and then down to 6, and he is dead to the board.
Yeah, I think I would have liked to have seen the Searing Blaze, since it's not getting any better.
Likely, but with Josh already with the cards that he needs in hand, I think that at that point he was just prioritizing the one that might force Peter, because now Peter had to spend 2 of his mana. Now a Kitchen Finks, if he's running them, not an option.
He had to don't think he has Kitchen Finks in the main, though.
He does. He's at least has them in the side. He'll occasionally run them in the main.
Yeah, I don't know. I think...
you either negate the fact that a Kitchen Finks can be cast this turn, or you force Peter to use that 2 mana to where it can't even be cast.
I guess.
So I can actually understand him going for that option. Now, whether or not that was actually the mindset of Josh.
Yeah.
But in my mind, that makes a lot of sense. So
Peter goes to still 3?
I think.
Just Skullcrack you anyway?
Yeah. Okay. So, takes down game 1. Not too surprising, all things considered. Hello to anybody just joining, by the way. We're now over 200. Hello, my name is TJ.
I'm Coleman.
We're also down here at the bottom right. In case you were wondering, we're not the people over there, but the hands. We're streaming from
people over there with the hands.
They have hands.
You heard it here first. They have hands.
Well, not anymore. Now they're sideboarding.
Well, Josh still has hands. Right?
So, we're streaming from a shop called Geek Fortress in Snohomish, Washington. Having a blast doing it. We do this stream 4 times a week. Mondays are standard, Wednesdays and Saturdays are modern, and Fridays are legacy. It's always a good time. But if you're brand new, let us know. We'd love to have you. If you want to hit that follow button, it certainly means a lot to us. And also, if you are just finding us, let us know how you found us. It matters. For us, at least. I know that a lot of people might be finding us from the just Twitch page, since currently we're just up there. And that means a lot. But information is valuable.
Yes.
And I may be a red player, but I can at least recognize that. So,
you would like to begin every game with a Gitaxian probe?
What basics do I use? Okay, so here's something. Hey, FM Joshua, thank you so much. Here's the thing about me. I am so very much a player that just goes based on, like, functionality of the card.
Yeah, I can't do that.
And so, sometimes I'll use, like, a basic from M13. Sometimes I'll use the full arts if I happen to have one convenient. I just... Sage Phoenix, by the way, thank you so much for following.
Awesome.
To Chris, I remember your name. We do appreciate that as well. Thank you for joining us and following. Goblin Guide gives you information? Absolutely, Goblin Guide gives you information. I am all about it.
All about those 8th edition islands.
And they're beautiful, and there are mountains that I prefer even.
I love White Borders.
But and I can get behind it. But are they tournament or modern legal? I'm not
the Unhinged lands totally are.
Yes, they are. Hey, Crashdown Reg, thank you so much for finding us from a Reddit post and taking the chance by following that link. It means a lot. I keep saying that, but it does. Honestly, I'm constantly in awe of the fact that 230 people, that right now we are connected. We are
connected. Yeah, that's right.
With over 200 people across the world. It's incredible to me. Dat Dorm, thank you so much to everybody who's hitting that follow button. It means, it's incredible. So, I do have matching full arts for Burn, but that's only because I was competing with the deck and I wanted them to be matching so that people couldn't count how many basics I was running in there. So, Heart of the Cards, Falling from South Dakota, thank you so much. Pantominex, thank you. Do I play the same art for lands? I do. I at least play the same art for lands.
It's not quite a human.
Thoughts on the cattle in Burn? I'm not a fan. I can recognize that some people run it, and that's fine, and it can do a lot of good things. There's something to be said for having more options as a turn 1 creature, and that's why you're running it.
Yeah, I also don't like the Cattles, especially with the... Someone's gonna find a good Thought for Sword deck. It just has to happen. That just is too good. And also with all of the blocking that is happening right now. Because Modern right now is actually somewhat about blocking.
Ninetales, thank you for the follow. And actually that brings up another point, which is that there's a lot of board control at the moment. But there's something, and I guess that response moves into exactly what my other thought into it, which is that when I'm playing Burn without Wild Nacatl from Montreal, welcome. That's
nice.
Awesome. Ninja, we are getting a chain lightning right now. Yep. I am loving this.
We're just trading double red back and forth.
There is so much for double red happening right now. But I like the versatility, and I think that when you take out the Wild Nacatls, and when you go into the situation of increasing your board control, you increase your versatility as far as being the control player in some matchups. And that, I think, is relevant.
That's true.
And so you increase the deck's ability to... You lose some of your aggro game plan, but you gain a lot as far as just having more options of controlling the board.
That's fair.
So that's my reasoning for it. I'm not going to say that anyone running with Nacatl is wrong, but my personal preference is for no Nacatl.
Yeah. Which, by the way, Relene, welcome.
Yes! Relene 1?
Yep.
Like a fisherman. Fisher person.
Fisher...
Oh, I forgot to change the one thing. Did I? No, I didn't.
No, you
okay.
didn't. Yeah.
Okay. Azorius BBN, thank you so much for the follow. Everyone who's following.
I wonder if that person plays Blue White.
It's possible, but to everybody who is following, let me know how you found us. I really do appreciate it.
Lightning Storm.
Jeremy
perhaps.
from Indiana, it's great to see you. I hope Canada's treating you well. So, Peter going for the fetch to go down into just... no hand disruption this time. There's a good chance that a lot of it came out, which
That's
I
true.
agree with.
Yep, especially Thoughtseize. Thoughtseize is not that great.
Thoughtseize comes out, and honestly, your Inquisitions aren't incredible, because Naya Burn will often end up like in a top deck situation. It's not a bad card if you have slots to keep it in. Taking down an Eidolon or anything like that. Oi, Punk's not dead. Thank you so much. The Jackal. I did notice that you unfollowed then refollowed.
Yeah, you just wanted to hear the bolt.
Oh man. So we get the suspension of that. I love that we have the swing by the Grim Lavamancer.
Yep, I agree. That's one of my favorite things to see a Grim Lavamancer attack.
Bagadabush, thank you so much. And I gotta say, there's been a huge amount of growth apparently from us that we've started being at the top of the Twitch channel.
Yeah, this is weird. Is this what being popular feels like?
Oh my goodness.
I don't know. So got a spike.
Page off, thanks.
So we got a spike from Josh putting Peter down to 15.
Mm-hmm. And I really do enjoy when people recognize that you can actually swing with a Grim Lavamancer.
Yep.
Vancouver, Washington. I keep messing it up. I'm sorry.
The point is you're not from Indiana, and that just keeps messing with us. And I realize it's entirely our fault, but this is still weird.
Yeah. So, Jund playing down the Kitchen Finks. One of the most key pieces of Burn Hate that there is. One, because it's not super narrow, and two, because it's good, and it's actually able to gain upwards of 8 life in many situations.
Mm-hmm. Also, Kitchen Finks, probably my favorite card.
Ooh, it's such a good card.
Mm-hmm.
Ninja Bora Wars, thank you so much.
Okay. So what about, so if Peter attacked here, would you block?
No.
Okay. Just making sure we got that out of the way first.
No, I would not. In fact, likely Josh brought in 2 Path to Exile, and so...
I would imagine he knows Kalidas is in this deck list.
Yes, and actually bring it in partially for the Kitchen Finks as well.
Okay.
Be able to negate some of that life gain and turning into a situation in which if you happen to have your Skull Crack or anything like that, but it can do a lot of good stuff. Thank you for...
Awesome.
Maprakithak? Maprakithak. Love it.
Oh, speaking of which, here's Kalidas.
This isn't good for Josh. Things aren't looking good for our hero. He does... Oh, and he has the... He can actually kill the Kalidas. He can.
Yeah.
And he might have to.
Yeah, I think...
But he's not.
Yeah, it's weird.
He's looking to fight through this. M. Gonzo, thank you so much for hitting that follow button. I don't know what just caused the chain lightning that we had, but...
Hey, we'll take it.
There was a storm happening right now, and every single one of you, I want to thank you.
So I guess there's another line that Josh could take if he wants to kill the Kalidas, where he can Boros Charm to give it double strike.
Oh, interesting.
But that line is weak to literally any removal spell.
You're the first person to ever say that I speak slowly.
What?
Your English is definitely better than you give it credit for.
Yes.
Because I don't speak that. I guess I am now because I'm very conscious of it because you mentioned that, and I'll do my best to continue that going forward. But, man.
Yeah, he's not a very... I'm not going to say methodical person. He's just blocking?
No.
Oh, this is...
I would have loved to see that.
Yeah, I think I would have tried it if you were gone into blocking.
I mean, you're already in a losing position in this game, unfortunately, and that's just the way that it goes.
Yep, and especially since Peter's gained 3 life, which is very hard to deal with. Boom.
Yes.
Nailed it.
You know what gets Kalidas at the table? Burning them out.
Yeah, you didn't know Lightning Bolt actually can kill an Emrakul when your opponent's at 3.
Clearly you've heard my argument about the boons.
Yes.
So, a zombie token out, the Rift Bolt up. I'm going to knock Peter down to 13, but Josh has got so little game in this match right now.
I have no possible idea how Josh gets out of this.
Just in case, very cool name. I love it.
So he goes to 10. He's got a Boros Charm.
He can knock him down to 9, but he just can't draw enough to... This game is not over. There's theory.
Searing Blazes, maybe.
You can take down the zombie.
Yeah.
You can get 7 damage in.
Well,
He
I
goes
wouldn't
back
take
up to
down
6.
I wouldn't take down the zombie
behind.
now.
You're behind. Like, the problem is that you can put him down to 3.
Yeah.
You can put him, and he'll just go back up to 6.
Mm-hmm.
And that's just not enough.
So I think Josh's line is hope that Peter activates the Raging Ravine and attacks with everything. That way you can...
I mean, Peter just has to win.
Well, yeah, there's also that.
So, we are at the top. I bet you guys were wondering why we did a little fist bump earlier. But, yeah, I think what I would have liked to see earlier on was it would have been a huge use of resources. And it may have still lost him the game, but I think he had the capacity to go for the fetches.
Yeah.
Use the Rift Bolt and the Lightning Bolt to make sure that Kalidas doesn't stick on the
Yeah,
tail.
as the resident company player, Kalidas is a house.
Kalidas is a mansion.
Yeah.
That card is good.
It's it's not even close.
And sacks it.
Yeah.
Just to make it to where instead of gaining 3, now he'll be going up to 8.
He also takes 3 damage still.
Yeah.
So Peter's going to 7.
And I think right now they're just working through the rules of it
Yep.
at the moment. Thank you everybody for getting us to being the most viewed Twitch channel at the moment. Hopefully we'll get some more people from it. If anybody does join, always feel free to give them a big welcome. I love that we have possibly the friendliest and the best chat, and just you guys are absolutely 100% amazing.
You guys are the best.
All the time.
Yep.
We do this for you.
Yep.
This would not have gotten to near the level that it is if we didn't want to put on a show because of the appreciation that we have for your support.
Mm-hmm.
So keep it up if you can, but always feel free to welcome anybody who is brand new to the stream. We try and do our best to do it, and I think having a welcoming community is really a huge plus for us. Okay, Kyle with that smile. Or Kyle with a smile. What a great name. Thanks,
Yeah.
Kyle with a smile. We appreciate it. How many does Jun play? Often 2. Is one that I normally see.
Yeah, I see 2. I've seen a couple lists with 3, but I'm not going to recommend that one. That's a lot of Kalidas.
Can we get fort fights in the post show? If you give us something that is definitely worth it, then we'll see what we can do about it.
Come up with a good topic, then sure.
Mr. Whalefish, thank you. Goblin Guy, thank you so much. Like, I don't know. I am never fully prepared for like that level of positive feedback. 'Cause
Yeah, this is...
It's beyond... I don't want to sound like a broken record, even though I know I do sometimes. But we never ever expected this. And
yeah, I definitely didn't.
And it's so far beyond anything we ever imagined. So, thank you again.
My upper limitation was, wow, it'd be really cool if we got like 20 people to watch.
Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness.
This would be like the coolest thing ever if we got like 20 people to watch us just talking about Magic.
Dango Dan, thank you so much. I know I get sappy. I apologize. So, quick things. We are working on getting a sub button. The goal is to have it by the end of the year. I want to make sure that we go about it right since we technically don't fall into all the requirements of it. That doesn't mean that we can't get it. It means that I just want to make sure that we go about it right. What deck best utilizes Kalidas in Modern? Realistic. I want to say that Grixis utilizes it better, but I think that Jund is the better deck.
Yeah, I think that's fair. I actually think a Mardu list would be really good with it.
Mardu would be quite good. Any comments on Sin Prodder and Jund? Oh, I'm always down for that conversation.
Ooh, Sin Prodder. Oof.
Brio Z, the best answer that I can give you that's the shortest is that I am not a fan of Sin Prodder. In Modern or in Standard or as a card.
I don't like giving an opponent the choice.
But, Fooms, thank you for the follow. But if you guys ever do want a further clarification, I'd be happy to do that between matches, anything like that. You've been on Kenji, Gabby, and other pros. Hey, let's see here. You know, we appreciate that. They've also got a lot more people watching, and one of our goals is that as things get more and more popular, to stay focused on interacting with people.
Yeah, definitely.
True, I would not have promised to eat a Tybalt if I knew that we would actually get to that level.
Yeah, that's fair.
Oh man, like that's really what it is. Did he end up giving me the store? Not yet.
Not listening to Chase is a good plan.
Do we ever check out the antique stores for Magic cards? Not really. The biggest thing is that I don't have time. I would love to. But I don't have a.
By the way, Prime 8989, welcome.
Yes, and just in case, welcome. I know I saw you in the chat, but oh man, what's the thoughts on Jeskai Kiki versus Jeskai Nahiri? I think Jeskai.
I think I like the Nahiri version a little bit better.
I think Nahiri more at the moment.
Yeah. It all depends on how much Abrupt Decay is being played. Because if a lot of Abrupt Decays are played, I actually like the Kiki combo a lot better.
Can we hit 300? Hey, maybe.
Hey, you guys keep telling your friends for the next 20 minutes.
Oh man, I've got so much to catch up on. I apologize, but I am reading everything. I'm just trying to get to a point. Look at that friend. Dylan hopping into the chat right now.
Yeah, just casually forgot the tape too, so we're kind of operating on that.
Okay, and I'm still reading everything. Hey, Gideon, thanks for getting your older brother to jump into the chat. We appreciate that. Okay, and the production value, all of that goes to David. David is David's really impressive and has done so many things for us. How do we feel about Mill in Modern? And now we are at a point where we can actually start intro. Okay, whew. Mill, it's sweet, but it's a meta deck. It'll likely not be a tier 1 competitor, but if you're prepared for the meta, that one was really built to beat an aggressive meta, and it did well. It would have trouble against some Infect, however. Should Burn play Shard Volley? I'm not a huge fan. It can, and one is never a bad idea. I just like cards that can do a little bit more high value. And I know, I'm saying that about a Bolt. I know, it's ridiculous.
Okay, I was going to say, it's just a Bolt.
Okay. And
I will relay the message to David that he is a Super Saiyan.
Oh, absolutely. Honestly, I don't have enough time to run the store. What is Josh doing with his cards? I honestly couldn't tell you. I was reading through the chat.
He was making a smiley face.
Oh, that's so nice.
And then I think he was making an infinity sign.
Well played, Dylan. I'd rather not. Oh, Shopping Dope, I assume. Shopping Dope, whichever it is. Thank you so much for the follow.
So Peter's on a mulligan to 3?
Value.
So I'm going to take Peter on the mulligan to 3.
I'll take Josh.
That's fair.
Jeremy from Indiana, not great, but I can explain more later. Josh Warmonks, it's great to see you.
Yo, yo, yo.
Good to see you. I said it twice because I mean it. And Riftbolt into Eidolon, that's pretty solid against this Jund with on 3. Like, that's pretty good.
That's not bad. That's not bad. I mean, this also would be pretty good against the 7-card hand, so it's got to be good against the 3-card hand.
I mean, it's not a Goblin Guide into Eidolon, but when Peter hasn't made a play yet, he has no disruption.
You're criticizing the deck against the mulligan to 3.
Josh, I'm assuming it's because you guys have the same last name?
Hey, Goyf is a real card.
So, taking 2 to play down the Goyf, and actually, interestingly enough, Goyf is a powerful card, right?
Yeah. It's good, I guess.
It's pretty good. It's not great. Oddly enough,
2-3?
It's not going to line up super well here.
Okay. Okay, good.
Okay.
Whew.
This is...
We almost had a bit of a heart attack.
Just so you know, Black Iron, it's Bowie, not Bull. Okay. I would love to... Yeah, I can definitely... I love it.
I mean, you can't play any card that just dies to removal.
Clearly not.
Yep.
You bolt the Goyf.
I mean, you would bolt a Goyf if there are no cards in graveyards.
You would, or if it was a 1/2, you could bolt a Goyf.
If there was already an instant on the graveyard.
Yeah. Well, no, if it's a 1/2, you can do it relatively safely.
I guess.
Safely. As long, because it's only going to be instants that then end up in response.
That's fair.
So,
also, never Tarfire a Goyf.
Never Tarfire a Goyf.
100% sure that it'll work.
Which it won't. There's literally no situation in which a Goyf does.
If you've attacked.
Oh, okay.
With your Goyf and they've blocked with their Goyf, it's a way to win the Goyf war. That's it.
Beautiful.
Straight up, no.
So, Peter at 10, 2 cards in hand.
Mm-hmm.
To play these cards and even establish a board, you have to think that he may be functionally at 8 if he wants to play a card.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah?
Sure.
So, Josh, with 2 cards in hand,
Yep.
if Peter plays both of his cards, he's at risk to just dying to Josh's hand.
Mm-hmm.
Otherwise, Josh has just got inevitability right now.
Sure.
And
Oh, straight up Slaughter Pact.
going to 8 for it and taking away his next turn.
And
Wow.
actually putting 2 things in the graveyard for Tarmogoyf since it actually is an enchantment and a creature. So that's not that bad.
No. So you get to put him down to 9?
Mm-hmm.
Peter should be at 8, however.
Yes. I'm going to make sure about that.
Go for it. Okay.
Peter's at 8, right? Peter's at 8. Eidolon trigger in the Slaughter Pact. You should be 8, right?
We're checking.
Slaughter
Yeah.
Pact still counts, yeah.
Okay.
Thanks. The card that I think is the most underplayed in Modern is actually not Doomblight. I think it's Smother.
Smother is definitely a big one.
Mm-hmm.
So Josh down to 9. How many games
Is
after
that
this one?
6? Like, he goes to 6?
Because he goes to 9 after the hit and then a Fetch Shock.
Yeah,
and he goes
this
for the bonus
actually
charm.
could be a real game if Josh bricks out.
No. I mean... Oh my goodness.
Whoa,
The
okay.
problem, like, Josh technically has 2 turns.
Yeah, but like
He
Peter
has
just
8
draws a bolt.
But
and
he's
the
a
game's
burn spell
over.
in hand. He's got the Shard Volley.
Eidolon
Ooh.
does maybe do it. You gotta play the Shard Volley first, though.
Shard Volley first. Shard Volley first. And then you
But
play
you
down the
won.
Eidolon. You block it, I guess.
Oh no, that's the thing. If Peter draws a bolt, Josh is just dead because you can -2 the Liliana. And then attack and then bolt.
But at least it forces the Leyland to minus. I guess, yeah, that's true. It just
Like-
forces him to sequence.
Oh,
back
okay,
to-
he also should, not die to
He won't die to the
the
Ghost.
Slaughter Pact. He also has to pay for the Slaughter Pact.
Yeah, so minus is that.
I think you have to attack. You basically have to say, okay, draw a burn
Either
spell.
you have the Goblin Guide or I have the Whip.
Okay, here we go.
1-1. We are at 1-1.
All right.
We're floating a land.
One-time dealer.
Get the flail command, Getty. We're getting it ready. Whoa!
This one draw step means
What
something.
a finals match. I'm so excited. Game 3. 1-2. He gets the card that is most prevalent in the deck.
I'm not gonna lie, I was kind of expecting it to be an Eidolon.
Oh!
Oh, why should... Oh. You couldn't have drawn Lightning Helix?
Here's the Lightning Helix! I would have been all over that opportunity.
Yeah, you had to charm first.
Oh yeah, you had to chart. Right.
Yeah.
So, let's head on up to the... And we're going to try and get another match for you. We'll see you there. Lightning bolt for the win! David
overrated.
is joining me. This isn't Coleman, but thanks everybody for joining. My name's TJ,
I'm David.
and he's not Coleman. But we are streaming from Geek Fortress in Snohomish, Washington. It was so exciting. We see Bolt take it away at the end. Glorious, thank you for joining.
3-1, by the way.
What?
3-1.
You are? Nicely done. Woo!
Yeah, although I did sideboard out a Lab Maniac on game 2 on accident, which caused me to use that.
You what?
I accidentally sideboarded out Lab Maniac,
Nice.
which was my win condition for that game.
But then you lost that game?
Yes. But then I came back in game 3.
Man, that was fun. I love Burn, and seeing a lightning bolt take the game in the finals.
That's fun.
Is always beautiful.
And you got to do it with the flip too.
Oh,
just the way that
absolutely.
Yeah.
The only if it had been the Helix though, would have freaked out. Thanks everybody for joining. We might have more Magic coming. We've got 15 minutes left. Coleman is currently working on it, so stick around. And in the meantime, if you haven't yet, hit that follow button. It means a lot to us. We do the stream 4 times a week. The schedule's below, but I'll tell you anyway because there's some pretty cool stuff. Funnily enough, there's a David command.
There is. Thank you, Doro.
But I'm so excited.
No.
No?
Get in here if you
Do
want.
we have a match?
Nope.
Okay.
No.
Will we maybe have get one?
Probably not.
I
think everyone's in
God,
game
that was
first.
the worst sentence I've ever said.
I need the sentence.
Oh my god. Do we maybe have get one?
Yeah.
Possibly no.
Although I do need to fix this stuff because I don't look like that in real life.
Yeah, I was doing the same thing to me.
Man.
But the green screen
The
is
aura.
Oh,
You should just clearly play Boggles because you have an aura.
Exactly. I've got an aura around me.
So, we may not have any further matches, but that doesn't mean the end. Always feel free to hit the follow button. Now, we do have every Monday we do standard at 6:30 Pacific time. Every Wednesday and Saturday we have modern. Wednesdays it's at 7 and Saturdays it's at 6. Currently it is 10:25 here. So the green screen is used to me. I don't know why, but it really seems to enjoy me. I get to do like all kinds of stuff on here. But oh man. And Fridays at 7:30 we do Legacy. Now, one thing to keep in mind is that June 11th we are going to be doing a Legacy. Setting it up takes a little bit of time, demo. Unfortunately we cannot instantly do it. But man, on Saturday, June 11th, we are doing a Legacy tournament for a win-a-box of Eternal Masters when it comes out. I'm seeing that you're telling me to play a game with Burn, but I don't have an opponent. I'm doing this. I don't play much these days, unfortunately. So, June 11th, win a box of Eternal Masters Legacy Tournament. It's going to be amazing. Cafe Kushka, thank you so much for joining. He's like the Wizard of Oz for Geek Fortress, so we pay attention to the man behind the curtain. Hey, that's awesome, Jeremy from Indiana. I like that. We are doing a Legacy Tournament. It'll be competitive REL. It is going to be so exciting. Tebin, you know what? You can put it up on a big projector at the wedding. I think that that's definitely an option. Any big tournaments? We are also looking at TG versus Twitch. When I might be moving in a bit, and if I do, I'll have much better internet, which means I might actually do an MTGO stream if people are actually interested in it, which means that maybe I can play against Twitch. What else will we have? At the end of July, we might be having we might start doing some big modern tournaments, and we're looking at starting to actually use the fact that we have a big modern crowd.
To give this to you.
Apparently, I now have a Surging Flame. Contetsuken Caracas, thanks for joining. It's awesome having you. Is the stream over? Unfortunately, the matches for the most part can be done. We'll be sticking around a little bit to hang out and have some fun. So, feel free to... there's no video coverage for GP Columbus, but there will be video coverage for the Geek Fortress Legacy Win-a-Box.
Smooth!
So...
Win-a-box of Eternal Masters.
Win-a-box of Eternal Masters. Just harassing us to get the end of the stream to get the Grixis...
Eric's Blue Moon.
I'm assuming so. We didn't have a Grixis Dark Dwellers. We were talking about one, but we don't. It's mostly you just be able to look up one, but I don't have a particular one. We have a Blue Moon one.
Yeah.
Do we have any Legacy Lands players at our shop? We have all kinds of deck players at our shop because
I know one.
Our Legacy tournaments actually allow for proxies, which means that basically people can play whatever they'd like. So, let's see. Burn doesn't play anything that kills Firewalker?
That's
not true.
Correct.
I run 3 Path to Exile in my sideboard.
Also, some people are playing Reality Hemorrhage.
And also Reality Hemorrhage has been getting popular. Do you have to have an invite for GP? You do not need an invite. They are open for anyone to go into. Should make it July 11th so you can come and play. Unfortunately, Saturday works best. We've tried Sunday tournaments in the past. We do those occasionally, but a lot of people then ask why we didn't do Saturday, and so we're just, we sometimes gotta cater to
June
everyone.
11th?
It is June 11th.
Okay.
It is, June
Okay.
11th.
Got it.
Okay. I do not have a list of the guy who runs it. I do know that we have one that's Blue Moon. Like, it's not Grixis, it's just Blue Red. But hopefully that helps out. I don't know. Maybe I can definitely get that list though. He's more than willing to post that one for you. The winner box is no proxy. However, that is definitely a true fact. Okay. While Nikado kills Core Firewalker, you've also seen Pyrite burn. Yes. Where is the store? Rafinu. We are in Geek Fortress in Snohomish, Washington. We do this stream 4 times a week, playing with our weekly tournaments, which is always all kinds of fun.
All about flipping that card around.
Are we going to GP Portland? If so, what am I playing? Ooh, I see you trying to next level. Get my tech. Trying to figure out what I'll be on so you can
I'll give
next
you a
level
hint.
meta that.
If there's a Tibalt Sprawl, we'll all be playing that.
So yes, we'll be at GP Portland. The Fortnites will be at Portland. However, none of us are currently...
You guys can't tell, but he's flipping a card around everywhere.
I am, but the Fortnites will be in Portland. None of us are super duper...
Yeah, I know.
We'll jump down if it's interesting.
I mean, like, they just said they wanted to watch. We never said we were going to put it on.
So, anyway, what was I saying? We will be there. We will be playing, I guess, in the main event, but none of them.
Okay, Joe, what
Core
are
of
you
us
actually playing?
Are super into standard currently.
I
If
don't even know what that
changes-
means.
Sorry, Coleman's having an entire side conversation. It's hard
What?
for me to actually we might end up just building a troll deck for standard to jam into, and then just do side
Can you
events.
show me like
Either
3
way,
cards?
we'll be there. But
Oh, that deck.
Gotcha.
Okay, got it.
so, goodness gracious.
Okay.
Wild Mikado is a decent burn card. It's just not a burn card for me. Man, it was so difficult for me to actually talk there.
It sounded like it.
Man, you are a loud person.
I know. I get that a lot.
All right. Well, if people are interested, there is some legacy happening between a deck that is basically like Allurin without Allurin going up against Reanimator.
Yep. It's a race to Elshnorn.
We can do that, and
Yeah.
we have 3 options. 1, we can just keep talking here. 2, we can put on the legacy game and
Yep.
just not pay a whole lot of attention to it, but just talk about other stuff.
Yep.
And 3, we can actually go down and do some legacy commentary for those 2 decks. Go ahead and toss your things in there, whichever one I see getting the initial most.
Maybe a straw poll. Yeah, that might be a little
We don't
bit.
really have time for a straw poll. I'm pretty much just going to go off of the anecdotal evidence here. Who's on which side?
I think. Hold on. Dylan's on the wall.
Okay. And Lord of the Pit, I am not.
Yep.
Only-
I don't know what you're talking about.
Yep. Okay, and it looks like
Like-
we are getting a decent amount of people saying legacy in commentary. So, who's on which side?
Joe is not on the wall.
Joe is not on the wall. Okay. So, what have we been calling this one previously?
Harpy Tribal is what I've called it.
All right, perfect. Okay. So, let's go ahead and head on down there where Dylan will be on...
FDY.
You never know. You never know. Lord of the Pit, anytime that it is on a perfect thing, that is not the name of the deck. I can tell you that, and I will not. I'm not going to chase that rabbit hole. See you down there. All right. So these 2 players are
No,
playing...
they don't. They are not starting at 1.
No.
Okay, what's the meddling mage on?
We weren't watching.
We just got down.
Okay, so
We had to figure out what we were doing.
So, a meddling mage currently naming Exhume, but a Gristlebrand in play for Dylan, though Baleful Strix currently acting as a pretty solid blocker
That's not
against
bad.
that.
No, that's pretty bad for Joe.
Seriously. So
Yeah.
the Is It charm, knocking that out of the sky, and then we're likely going to be
Well, we
seeing...
have to figure out what modes, right? It could
What
be...
mode? What mode?
Well, it's a pie. That's what a mode it is.
Okay.
So attacking is pretty good with Griselbrand, I hear.
Let's see.
Yeah, that's
I have to assume so. They just
Uh-huh.
were. So with Joe at 12, Dylan deciding to draw another 7. That's quite the hand. Probably going to end up discarding that Elish Norn. Would you expect so?
yeah, I would imagine. Well, since he can't exhume,
No, but he did just entomb a Grave Titan.
that's not bad.
Man, Dylan's hand is pretty good right now.
It's not bad, in the grand scheme of things. I'd probably take that hand.
He's got a decent amount of discarding to do.
Yep, discarding the card he can't cast, and 7 blue cards and 3 forces. Yeah, that's not bad.
But Joe does have a Meddling Mage, which is going to be a really...
All
So-
right.
not a bad card.
So, what are his outs? Dylan draws like 20 extra cards.
What are his outs? The problem is that, like, Dylan actually has very few reanimation effects.
That's true.
Dylan probably just going to swing in right now. Alright.
I will relay the message that Jin Kataxis, you like Jin Kataxis more. I'm sure he will appreciate that.
Superstar, I think he might just be going off of someone else's
It's
recommendation
entirely
there.
possible.
And that person is someone who I really trust with Legacy Reanimator.
Yeah.
Jace is pretty good at it.
Yeah, he's not bad.
He's pretty solid.
He's okay, I guess.
He's been known to play if he... Okay, sure.
Why not?
Okay.
I mean, you could just like reanimate Elish Norn.
So
I guess.
actually, the reason why the Grave Titan is in there is, I believe, for Death and Taxes.
Yeah.
So
because
it's able to get around Caracas.
You can also just cast it.
And it's also a castable card within the deck. Well, less relevant, but actually being able to get around like Caracas ends up being fairly relevant. Go ahead and find out what it's naming. Though at this point, they're just going to start trolling us.
Did I hear Archetype of Endurance?
Yeah.
Okay. That Archetype?
Okay.
Got it.
So we're naming Archetype of Endurance with the Hapless Researcher.
Sure. Why not?
They want us to put on their legacy,
No, we'll do it.
and then they just start trolling.
Yeah, that's how it is. They don't think it be like it is, but it do.
Okay. Though I do love the Archetype of Endurance.
Yeah. I don't know, if we're talking about really random cards in Legacy that I like, I'm a big fan of Titania.
I like the Arc Pig. And we get the swing in from Dylan for the win. I guess we'll just put on a win there. Titania is a pretty sweet one.
Yeah, I really like Titania.
I guess I should change the title of this to say Legacy. Stick around because we'll still talk about Modern and stuff.
Yeah.
But just to get other people in, we'll just start talking about Legacy. Hopefully you guys are enjoying this enough, and this is similar to
Yeah,
what we do on
and
Fridays.
still put in those questions. Well, we'd love to answer your questions.
True. If any kind of conversation pieces do come up, we'll totally address those when able to. So let's go ahead and just make this where it says end of matches.
I think Exhibition would probably be a better one.
I think I have a little button for that
Do we?
somewhere. I have it on the full chat thing.
Ah,
There we go.
boom!
I made that myself. I bet you can't tell, even though it's worse than like literally everything else on there. You were expecting black to report it. Yeah, it's not.
The chat would like to know that they're disappointed with your choice of duels after seeing Peter's deck.
Oh man.
Peter
Favorite.
set unreasonably high expectations
So,
for black border. They just want all black border duels. I'm
What?
just relaying the information.
what else have we got here? So, 12 Ron. Favorite sandwiches. What do you got?
Is this just in general?
Yeah.
I prefer ham sandwich.
I prefer things with plenty of meat on them and some bacon. Another thing that I really enjoy is peanut butter and pickle. Don't knock it till you try it.
I actually really enjoy peanut butter on burgers, so yes, I agree.
What are our preferred sleeves? I like KMC Hypermat.
Dragon Shields.
Matte or otherwise?
Non-matte.
Non-matte. Interesting. Get some dredge on camera. This is the store owner deciding
Yeah.
that he wants to be on camera.
Yep. This is...
This is him wanting his moment in the spotlight.
Yep.
So...
This is him basically forcing his way here. Which, hey! I mean...
Thanks for letting us stream, Dylan.
Yeah, great. Unfortunately, you don't have a force of will in your hand, otherwise that pun would be perfect.
Oh, that would be so much better. Favorite cartoon character?
Ooh, that's actually a tough question.
You're just going to say Rick.
Actually, I'm not going to say Rick.
Oh.
Iroh from Avatar.
Nice. I'm not actually sure if I have one.
I mean, I would say Rick, but...
What is one?
Iroh's...
Pikachu. Nailed it. How do you feel about Bant Eldrazi?
I think it is a very fine deck. I don't think we need to worry about Eldrazi. Just because we came off Eldrazi winner doesn't mean that an Eldrazi deck is not going to be good.
I like the deck.
Mm-hmm.
And it's pretty solid. But I think that its mana base is pretty stretched out.
Yeah, that's fair. I mean, it's basically a 4-color deck. So you gotta do what you can.
Yeah.
Also, Josh, I see you.
What's the cheaper deck to get into Legacy with? You just finished Grixis Delvers. You don't have a ton to throw another deck right now. Probably looking at Merfolk is a solid one.
Yeah.
Burn is a really cheap one. You could probably go for something like Manaless Dredge. It's a couple hundred.
Yeah. Depending on how you feel about how much you want to spend, that's also something you need to...
And what playstyle you like?
Yeah, because I always recommend Elves, but I realize Elves isn't as...
Is Legacy affordable besides lands? You're a modern player would like to try it. It depends on what your budget is, but honestly, not really. Like, yes and no. If you have the budget for it, yes, but Legacy is in general a more expensive format. And so, some decks are cheaper, some decks are certainly
okay,
less.
so he's looting? Yeah, he's looting. Okay. Okay.
Dylan knows what's going on, I don't.
Okay.
Okay. Cool.
And, let's see, we got the favorite cartoon character. I do like generic brand sandwiches. More things. Still reading all the things. Do we have any Dragon Shield deals? Unfortunately not. I'm sorry to hear that, 12 run. That is unfortunate. Blazing Gunner, if you're still here but still leaving, have a good evening.
Reanimate.
Got it.
Naming Reanimate. There. How about the white Eldrazi Death and Taxes? I like Eldrazi and Taxes. That deck is sweet. And what else have we... Whew, I'm catching up.
Yeah.
Are we talking about the modern deck? We were talking about the modern deck. There's still reserve list cards, which are expensive. Thoughts on Legacy versus Burn matchup? I'm not sure what you mean.
Reanimator versus Burn? Is that what it is?
Oh, Reanimator versus Burn. Reanimator is really favored.
Yeah, I don't think it's that close.
Reanimator has a huge favorite there just because it has... Iona and Gristlebrand both together are a huge house.
Oh, the old Tin Fins deck. I do like Tin Fins.
Tin Fins is super sweet. Okay. Did I eat the Tibble? Fun fact. Previous to tonight, all of my Tibbles were either set aside for a particular purpose that I have not revealed yet, promos, which I didn't want to eat a foil because I thought that might be slightly dangerous, or... They might be, or they are foreign, and I didn't want to eat those. As today, I was gifted the one that I'm going to eat.
To Doobity Doo Wop, which, by the way, great name.
No way.
Awesome name. Awesome name. He cast Animate Dead on a Elesh Norn, which was enough for Joe to concede the game.
That was pretty good. Dylan, well, he had fun. Yes, he did.
Yep.
Oh, man. 2 Minute, the Harpy Tribal. It's a deck that was a brew by Chase Hansen and Joe Klobowski, and it looks like we're heading back up to us, apparently.
Yep.
But it was a deck that's basically Aluren without Aluren.
Yep. It's a really cool deck, but you just didn't see it there because...
A lot of Enter the Battlefield abilities.
I have to imagine this is probably one of the worst is an awful matchup.
Yeah, but it has a lot of Enter the Battlefield abilities, a lot of 2 mana Aether Vial things, and we're going to head back up and then we can talk a little bit more about it.
Yep.
See you there.
I know, I was rooting for Peter so hard, you have no idea.
So, but
Joe,
what it
like
also
the worst
does
matchup in
is
the format.
Aether Vial, and then a lot of things with Converter cost too,
gotta be
using a card called Cavern Harpies and some other cards that return those creatures to your hand, and gets a lot of value off of those Enter the Battlefield abilities, and just value 2-drops is essentially what it is. Best Legacy deck is obviously Donate Pact. You're talking to the right person here.
I agree.
This was the pilot for it while it was in
Yes.
our store.
It is
It's
fun.
not that bad. If I'd actually sideboarded it, I'd have rest in peace.
Okay.
And if I'd bothered to keep a real opening hand and not triple meddling.
I did get a ripped one in GPLA.
So when he
Wait, that's not a
the,
Tybalt.
the
This
meddling
this
hand,
is a Tybalt.
Did
I
you
will be
familiar?
eating this Tybalt.
I had to
Basically, I need to know if you guys want me to have a elaborate dinner, or if you Coleman.
judge's fielder.
Yes.
Keep talking.
That deck was very
But
good.
I basically need to decide if it needs to be ceremonious and I need to make myself a good dinner, or if I should just eat it. But let me know what your thoughts are. I will be getting that done.
But he had animated
Yeah.
And we are heading back down. I think we're now just going to be back to talking
that's fair.
about modern. Coleman
that's just
talking to
something.
Joe at the moment.
Yep. Just figuring out what exactly happened.
Okay. And what
I couldn't
have...
Yeah, that's
Woo.
no
fair.
matter what I did at any point in the game.
Okay, I guess that's fair.
And there we go.
Okay, so what's going on over here?
I don't know. It was hard for me to, like, say anything.
Jeremy, you are awesome.
Jeremy is awesome.
Yes.
Just a fact.
Mm-hmm.
It's like calling Aloran and Shardless Bug the same deck simply because they both run Shardless Agent. I don't know, but people need to be more peaceful in the chat. It's very
Yes.
likely not worth
Yeah, it's-
arguing about. I can tell you that.
That's
So,
yeah.
salt and pepper. So I won't be eating it on the stream. Dylan has requested that I not, and I can respect that.
Chinese food's a good one though.
Eat it with Chinese food. That's the big thing, is that, like, I originally was going to do Alfredo, but I'm not going to be able to actually, like, make myself a nice Alfredo for some time, because I'm doing the stream tonight, and then I've got work in the morning, and then I've got a night meeting, and then I've got work in the morning, and then I've got the stream for Friday,
Yep.
and then I have the stream at Saturday night.
Yeah, that's not really a whole lot of
So
Yeah.
the time is somewhat limited. So it's basically, do I just go for it and post some proof on Twitter with not a whole lot of actual, just a bunch of pictures kind of thing, or do I try and go a little bit more in depth? Why wouldn't... so mostly because, and I can completely understand this, he's not a big advocate for destruction of Magic cards. Frankly, neither am I.
Yeah, it's
And I don't
Yeah.
want to be a particularly large advocate for it. And so doing it on stream is just, he'd rather if I didn't, and I can totally understand that. And so I'll just be... I could just do a quick video of it and post that on Twitter as well. It'll
It's
likely
not
be
bad.
me just devouring it with something to drink. Just because, like, I imagine I'll have to wash it down. So, like,
Yeah,
water
probably.
or something.
something.
Like, something
Some
to
generic
just...
brand.
Because, like, if this just, like, dry piece of cardboard just, like, gets down here,
Yeah.
then I'm going to have to discard a card at random. And I'm not prepared for that.
Yeah, but then like suddenly you can just say like turn your like life total -3, and then just have them take 7.
Oh, that's true. That's
Yeah.
true. I'm not really sure if I want to lose 3 years of my life.
That's true.
I'm really digging this whole 24 thing. I mean, 21 was an interesting year. That's what I'll say. 21 was an interesting year. And we're getting weirdly in depth with this stuff. I don't know. More over the top, the better. In a tux with sparkling cider. Now that's an idea.
Ooh,
The problem is that the more I do this, the more delayed it's going to be.
that's true.
And, like, I don't want to do that. I don't want to.
Yeah, I still have to film the dance video soon, and I really want to get that done within the week.
Do I find it odd that Suntitan animates while Grave Titan... Actually, that's really weird.
Huh.
Anyway, here's a great fort fight, actually. Argue about why the other caster is the better Magic player.
Huh.
That's actually,
That's
like,
not bad.
I could do this.
I could probably do that.
So,
Give
realistically...
me a little bit of time, but I could do it.
Oh, hurtful. Okay, I was already...
Oh, no, I have an idea of where I'm going. I just need to phrase it.
Okay, so Coleman, actually, I think Coleman could be a significantly better Magic player. And one, he is a significantly better brewer than I am, all around. Like,
Yeah, that's fair.
you have a much greater capacity for brewing. You also have a much better ability to play a variety of styles of decks.
Okay.
You still very much focus on kind of a core of this combo value kind of thing, but you do have this. You have a tendency to play decks that are significantly more versatile
Yep.
than
That's fair.
I do, and you also you are much better at trying out new things than I am. So that's my initial argument.
That's a good one. Whereas the counterpoint to me being the better brewer, I think you're much better at linear decks. Like, I look at Affinity and I am just lost at the first time I play it. I don't know how to get the most damage in. Like, I can notice the obvious, oh, I should have attacked with both. You can sneak a damage in like that.
Right.
But, like, I can't calculate that 3 or 4 turns down the road.
Okay.
But, like, you were much better at that, and you were a better tuner. Like, you can see, like, the right numbers on things.
Okay, I could understand that one.
Yeah, like...
Though certainly we've been able to tune some decks pretty nicely.
I mean, you get the best of both worlds like that.
Yeah, absolutely. And another advantage that I think that you have is that you're talking about I think that one of the strengths that I have is that I tend to be very focused on, like, the game plan of my deck.
Yeah.
Is something that I tend to have a really good ability to focus in on. Which is just, I know what my game plan is.
Yes.
And sometimes mine will change based on theirs. But I know what it is, and I'm going to pursue that game plan. And that's something that I'm able to get into that mindset very well. But you play decks that just don't lend themselves to that as well.
That's fair.
And so I think that might be kind of where that conversation comes up. But...
yeah, you play linear decks, I play more, out there decks.
Yeah, and I think if we were to get into what our second best archetype is, interestingly enough...
I think I'd probably pick Taking Turns.
I was going to say archetype, but like actual type of deck, not which deck.
Like...
I would almost go so far as to say that my second best archetype might actually be Control.
Yeah, I was going to say actually like a Control deck. You seem to know that... You know what the threats are.
Because I'm usually the one playing.
Yeah, because you're the one normally playing the threats. And you know which threats you need to answer right now. And which threats you don't need to worry about for a while.
Yeah, and I think for yours, yours is very much in, like, already kind of a value.
I mean, like,
so it's
I
like
already
a mid-range
played basically mid-range combo.
Right, and so it's kind of problematic, but I think I'd hesitate to, like, toss into the same realm, but you also have a similar ability. I would say probably hard combo.
Yeah.
Dedicated combo is probably your second best.
I've played a lot of dedicated combo decks.
And that's one to where you tend to, like, that's where you tend to excel at having that linear game plan of following out your game plan.
Yeah.
But I think with yours, it's significantly more in looking down several turns and recognizing the odds of what you're able to do, whereas mine is more based around constantly evaluating what my opponents are capable of doing and evaluating the game plan based on that.
I guess the best way to explain that is you look at the board state as it is right now and maybe a couple turns down the road, and you formulate your game plan based on that. Whereas I'm like, okay, in 4 turns, what is this board going to look like?
Yeah.
And like I can easily lose to the board a lot more than you can.
Okay. Yeah.
I think that's probably better.
Hopefully that was a decent fork.
Yeah,
even though it was very friendly.
Yeah.
Give us some quick review on that one. We're still working on these.
Yeah.
If you were going to get a tattoo of a magic card, which one would it be? Lightning Bolt.
Kitchen Finks.
There we go. The set before Shadows of Innistrad was Oath of the Gatewatch.
Yep.
But yes, I will be looking to do that. This Tibalt will be delicious. I'll be looking to do something like that. I don't know. At one point, I just kind of want to get it done, and so I might just like, just eat it, take a video of it, do it, get it done with, because I owe it to you, and so I just want to get it done. And I can see a reason for ceremony, but every time that I do that, it doesn't live up to the mind, and I got to keep building on it.
Yeah,
like,
I know the feeling, because I've got to get this video done.
Exactly. We got to talk to David about the best way to do that.
Yeah, I have an idea of where it's going, but it's just a matter of implementing it.
Delver art would be pretty sweet. You should get it to where it's like you have Delver to where it's like on there and then on the back as well. You have
like get it split down the middle.
Oh, yeah, that could be. Oh, or get on your face. Delver of Secrets on your forehead and get like a tactile aberration on the back of your head.
Or like on both cheeks.
Ooh.
That way you can turn like this and then go like this.
Yes. Yes.
That way you're literally turning the other cheek.
Didn't the other guys have things they had to do as well? Yes. So we opened up the sealed revised starter deck that we had. We got a Tropical Island and a Lightning Bolt.
Which was more important.
Clearly more important. Joe, currently working on the playmat.
Okay, I want to see it before it goes out.
Oh, it's beautiful. He was given the... Did you see the 6 words?
I saw the 6 words,
it's Dumbledore's Army versus Magic the Gathering.
Yeah.
Which is fantastic.
That's great.
And I saw one screenshot of it, and I'll see if I can find it, because just the one thing that they have so far is great. I think Dylan's about to kick us out. And it looks like that is the case. So we are going to take off. Have a good night, everybody. Join us on Friday for some Legacy at 7:30 from Geek Fortress in Snohomish, Washington. My name is TJ.
I'm going.
And whether it is good morning, good afternoon, good evening, or good night, we hope it's amazing. Though what deck do I hate to play against? When I'm on burn, Soul Sisters.
Tron.
See you next time.